Okay, why don't we go ahead and get the meeting started? We're running a little bit late here, and we have SEMSCO afterwards. It's a pleasure to have everybody back in person and seeing everyone again. If I could have everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Just remind everyone, when you speak, if you can, just mention your name so our scribers can get it down. If we can have a roll call, please, Val.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, good morning. Dr. Alexandro. Here. Dr. Bart. Dr. Berkowitz. Here. Dr. Barry. Dr. Bombard.
Bombard here.
Dr. Cooper.
Here.
Dr. Cushman. Dr. Daly,
Here.
Dr. DeTralia, Dr. Doynow,
Here.
Dr. Gomez, Dr. Kugler,
I'm present.
Dr. Lynch, Dr. Markowitz, Dr. Maynard, Dr. Marshall? Here. Dr. Murphy? Here. Dr. Olson?
Olson here.
Dr. Piggott?
I'm here.
Dr. Talbot?
Here.
Dr. Walters?
Here.
Dr. Wislinski? Non-voting members, Orrin Barzilay. Aiden O'Connor.
Good morning.
Mark Philippi.
Mark Philippi present.
Mary Ann Pitoro. Dr. Raybridge. Michael McAvoy. Steve Kroll.
Steve Cole present.
John Washkow. I'm happy to say we have met quorum.
Okay, thank you very much, Val. Can we have approval of the April minutes? We did not have a July meeting, as you all well know. Anybody want to make that motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, we have two over there. Dr. Cushman and Dr. Kruger is second.
Kugler, yeah.
All in favor, raise your hands. Anybody against? No? Okay, that passes. I'd like to mention that Deputy Commissioner Dr. Morley is with us today, sitting over here next to Ryan. Ryan, the Bureau staff report, if you're ready.
I'd say before I start, Dr. Morley, if you want to say anything or introduce yourself or...
So I did do that the last time, but I know that we've got a larger crowd today. So my name's John Morley. I've been the Deputy Commissioner for about 6 months now. I was with the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision before that, so as I like to say, I just got out of prison. I did spend 6 years at the department from 2005 to 2011, so I've got the background of the department, but I know that things have changed and the struggles and the challenges are new. I look forward to working with you on all of those challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Morley. Ryan, are you ready?
All right, good morning, everyone. A little bit of a report out. So it is exciting to be able to start a meeting that doesn't start with the report out of COVID activities. So thank you again for everybody who was a part of that one. So starting right in operations, just want, for those of you who are operating out of the Mara region, which is Hudson Valley, New York City, and Long Island, Deputy Chief Robinson has been talking about, wanted us to let you know renewal packets are going on, full service inspections are in full swing. I know many of you have already seen them, and investigations and casework continue on. In the Western region, same thing. So there's a schedule that's starting for the EMS agency inspections in the Western region. They... Was that to me?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. They are also working on several Municons that are going on, so there'll be more information on that one. We are excited to announce that an offer has been made for a new district chief out of the Western region, so more news to come on that in probably about a week and a half. We are also excited to have District Chief Donald Tripez back. He was on extended leave with the military. Thank you for your service, Don. He actually had a quick appearance here on Tuesday for the memorial. It's a tremendous asset to that team, and so welcoming him back as well. And just a gentle reminder that for controlled substances in the packets, please make sure that they're into the regional offices at least 30 days ahead of time. I know that we're also, particularly to the SEMAC group, we also hear, oh, well, I couldn't get a medical director signature, I couldn't get this or that. That's what delayed me, it's why it took some time. So please do what you can if you know it's coming up to help with that one, and feel free to date it when you sign it, and so we can say, no, it wasn't the medical director who was delayed. You know, they lost it in the filing cabinet on their own as well. Investigations is continuing on, good numbers in regards to being able to progress and close cases, as well as, you know, a lot of what they see is the unsigned apps. We are excited also to be having a new position being filled within the investigations unit. That will be happening sometime probably shortly after the new year, by the time it goes through the recruitment process and everything. On the on the administration side, we are still processing through a lot of COVID invoices. So if you are hearing anything of any of your agencies saying, hey, I haven't gotten paid yet, or things of that nature, please feel free to have them reach out, but we are still working through those. The new program agency contracts and the REMSCO contracts are in the final stages and waiting to be signed. For program agencies, they're submitting budgets right now. For the REMSCOs, I think the bulk of those are done, and they're starting to go for signatures. On the education front, course renewal forms are going out, and in addition to the course renewals going out, there are some who will get the long form, some who will get the short form again. Just a reminder on that one. There is a new regional faculty training and orientation coming out probably by the end of the year. So if you are regional faculty or you know regional faculty, everybody's going to go through that so that we have some consistency. And also, unfortunately, but fortunately for her, Jean Taylor, our Deputy Chief of Education, will be retiring next week. I don't know if she's here today, if she walked. Oh, she's truly trying to hide in the back. She didn't even sit by the staff. She will be retiring next week, and the roles and responsibilities of the other functions within the Bureau will be go between John and Drew, and we're going to post those on the website too. So if you're wondering who's doing what roles, what responsibilities, that will also be posted online. Jean Myers is going to continue to be the primary point of contact for the CME program. In the data world, we are excited to be moving forward on the biospatial front. There are a series of Alexes who have been hired within the data unit. For those of you who know, one of our data and informatics unit members progressed to a district chief that we refer to as Alex Senior because he's been here the longest. We then hired another Alex in the data and informatics unit who is going to be working on biospatial and taking the analytics program and putting that out. He became Alex Jr. because at the time we only had 2 Alexes. We then since have hired one of our first fellows within the Bureau of EMS and Trauma Systems, so it's a health policy fellow, Alex III. So wave Alexes, I guess, they're both there. So you'll be seeing more and more of them. We're excited about different things. Like I said, Alex Jr. is going to be working on biospatial and rolling that out. Alex the third, who's our fellow, will be working on a number of different analytic projects and different things to help a number of projects that both councils have asked for. So for EMSC, the EMSC grant application is on the way. We're working on that. There is a pre-con at Vital Signs Conference this year, focused heavily on skills, and it has limited seating and is filling up. It was an excellent hands-on experience last year. And we are also working STAC and EMSC to build a work group for ED PECs, so especially for this group to understand. So the PEC program that you hear about in the EMS agency, the EMS for Children have the similar program for EDs. And so now that we've rolled it out to agencies, we're going to roll it out to EDs as well, keeping in mind, yes, it's voluntarily to sign up. So we'll be working on that one. You may hear from that. I know all the extra free time that the EDs have right now, that will be their top priority. But we're going to show the focus and clinically why, and hopefully statistically how we can improve care. The OASIS grant, which is our substance abuse or our behavioral health and mental substance abuse disorder and mental health course, the funding was renewed for another year, which is really exciting. Jenny, who is our primary instructor for that course and travels around the state teaching it for free to EMS agencies, has been rolled out. She's been teaching a number of classes over the past couple of months. Really excited to see that class going on. If your program, department, area, region would like the class, please reach out to Jenny or Amy or Val so that we can get you scheduled. Again, it's completely free to anybody who wants to participate. It's an 8-hour class. There will be an online class offered as well for anybody who's interested on that side. In the world of trauma, STAC is working on some 405 regulatory updates. The next STAC meeting is October 12th for anybody who can join. And Matt Banks from Northwell Health was nominated by the STAC to be the next chair for the STAC. It is pending commissioner appointment. Vital Signs is open. It will be here in Albany at the end of October. Would love to see everybody there. We really packed the pre-cons with a lot of things that people have been asking for. The NAMSI class, where people say, well, I can't get the educator class in person. We put a leadership training in there. There's the pediatric program, in addition to having, I believe, 6 tracks this year. So please sign up. We'd love to see everybody there. And it will be down here at the Egg in Albany on October 26th to the 30th. The memorial, thanks to everybody who came out and who's here. Hopefully it worked well being tied together. I know we had a great turnout, and the weather and everything was interesting, but we were happy in how successful it went, making a last-minute move to being inside. So thank you to everybody who was able to attend. We had 10 honorees who went on this year to the wall. Council operations, next council is December 6th and 7th. They'll be in person. There's not a hybrid option right now. And the meetings will be held, I believe, here. Correct. Yes, they'll be held in the same room. From the director's office, digital cards are live. So I know I've been talking about this for a while. They are live. They're up there. Policy Statement 2211 talks about the steps that need to happen. A provider has to do something first, then the agency, and then the provider again. And there is no requirement. So a provider doesn't have to go online. An agency doesn't have to do this if they don't want to. There's no rush to do this. But if they want to get a copy of their digital card, then you have to go through the process. And keeping in mind, only the provider themselves can get a copy of their cards. So an agency can verify via HCS, but they can't download the card. Only the provider can. And the added bonus, not only can they get their EMT or their paramedic card or whatever level they are, they also can get their instructor cards as well. So if they are an instructor or they have a different certification with us, those are available online as well. The EMS sustainability tag has been progressing along. I think we're going to have a report out on that one, so I'll save my time, but excellent work on that. Surge Operations Center continues to operate. The regulation packets for both operational equipment and education standards are in process, and we're working with DLA to move those forward. Executive orders. So Executive Order 11, as we know, was discontinued. This did not have a significant effect on the EMS. This is the one it did not. We got a lot of questions on, well, what does this mean to certification or my paramedics that are ending or fill in the blank? This one, it didn't affect that. Executive Order 4.11, because that's what the version they're on, which is related to staffing, that's the one that currently allows us to do a lot of things that we're doing and is still in effect at least until 27th of this month, and then we'll know further from there. So the Rural Health Task Force is in the final phase of getting people onto the task force. I think we have 2 seats that are left and a couple that are still in vetting. So I'm hoping by the December meeting that we'll be able to give you an update on that one. And the EMT pilot program, the EMT pilot program that we ran last year, we spoke about in training and ed, and it would appear that there's a lot of interest for us to run a similar pilot academy style class again. So it's a lot of work on the Bureau to do that. So this was an excellent opportunity to speak with training and ed, see what the interest was like, and we will be taking a look to see if we can run that again. It most likely would start the paperwork side in the next couple of weeks, and then the classes would run in the first part of the year. They would have to conclude by March 1st, so that's part of the timeline that comes in with it. And then last but not least, and quite important to us, and I spoke about it very briefly up above, very intentionally, is the retirement of Deputy Chief Dean Taylor from Education, who's hiding in that corner apparently. No. Deputy Chief Taylor has been with us for 17 and a half years, but it wasn't until we went to look and create her bureau accommodation that she received earlier this week that we really saw the timeline of the work that she's done. She's been in EMS, as she tells me, nearly 5 decades. She's been an EMS instructor for 3 decades, and she's been with the Bureau nearly 2 decades. I feel like just those numbers alone, and probably what each of you know about her, the amazing work she's done, her ability to not be afraid of change, her ability to drive things forward and get them done, while at the same time also being strict and making sure that things are in line and following compliance, is an absolutely incredible talent. And her leadership, her patient care, and everything has truly left a mark on the EMS community. So, Chief, on behalf of all of us, I would like to say at the Bureau, I would like to say congratulations on your retirement. End of report.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Well, we're now going to move to Med Standards report because Dr. Marshall here has a whole lot of information he wants to give us.
Lucky me. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Medical Standards has met this morning and had a very long and lively discussion on a number of topics, and we have 9 motions to bring forward. So we'll start with the first motion. So the first one is New York City Regional General Pain Management Protocol. And this comes as a seconded motion. And what happened with this protocol change was combined adult and pediatrics into one protocol, corrected the dose of ketorolac to 15 milligrams, IV or IM, and added IV acetaminophen, 15 milligrams per kilogram with a maximum dose of 1,000 milligrams. And that comes forward as a seconded motion.
Any discussion on the motion? Oh, it's going to be a roll call vote, I think. Yeah, they're all going to be roll call votes, unfortunately. Okay, then if we can have a roll call vote on this, Val?
Yes. Okay, Dr. Alexandro? Yes. Dr. Berkowitz? Yes. Dr. Bombard?
Yes.
Dr. Cooper? Yes. Dr. Cushman?
Yes.
Dr. Daly?
Yes.
Dr. Doynow?
Yes.
Dr. Kugler?
Yes.
Dr. Markowitz?
Yes.
Dr. Marshall?
Yes.
Dr. Murphy? Yes. Dr. Olson?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Dr. Talbot?
Yes.
And Dr. Walters? Yes. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. one thought we had to move things along, and our parliamentarian has said we can do so, is combine all these motions into one vote rather than do this 8 more times. Does anybody have an objection to doing that? Thank you all. Okay, back to
Okay.
you, Dr. Mark.
So I'll just continue on with the motions, and at the end, we'll do a roll call. Oh, okay. So the next one is a second in motion to approve the New York City Regional Procedural Sedation Protocol, which confirms and clarifies that an advanced airway includes endotracheal intubation and supraglottic airway. It added continuous waveform capnography with one exception, and that is with the use of a supraglottic airway when there are insufficient resources, such as at an MCI. Added fentanyl for a patient with an advanced airway already in place, and clarified under key points removal of etomidate and ketamine as preferred medications. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. The next motion is a second in motion to approve the New York City Regional NYPD ESU protocols. These are protocols developed by the ESU only to be used by the police department under the direction of an NYPD medical director who is REMAC approved. It covers direct threat care in the hot zone, indirect care in the warm zone, and several specific topics such as major bleeding, IV access, fluid resuscitation, sedation, airway management, and pain. Is there any discussion on this motion?
If I may, Dr. Marshall. So as I looked at this, I didn't have a chance to do this beforehand, and I apologize to New York City for that. But this is very, very similar to the New York City rescue medic protocols. And I would ask the city to look and see whether or not they could combine these just to make it a little bit more clarity. The other thing that I think New York City should explore too with their RTAC would be exactly what dose of TXA they would like used by the ESU paramedics, because I believe the rescue medics use a single dose or a single gram of TXA, and the ESU medics have 2 grams in their set of protocols.
Okay.
Yeah, that's already been discussed at our REMAC. So the rescue protocols will be changing soon. They're going to be coming up here with a change of dose to the 2 grams. But the 2 grams actually is coming in to the conversation because of the military TCCC protocols, which have been in effect for about the last 10 months or so. They haven't found any harm to any patients. They're actually using the 2 gram dose, and it's been shown to be okay, so they moved ahead with, approving this protocol for ESU, and then actually the rescue protocols will be following.
So if I may, and Dr. Langsam, help me here in terms of what we do, I would say that we probably, under new business, would be best off just asking New York City at that point to just update the rescue protocols to 2 grams and not bring it back next time, because it's business that's already been done, and at the same time increase the collaborative to 2 grams. But I would say we do that in new business, not now.
Well, if they pass this as it stands, okay, then it passes as it stands. If you want to change it later, that would be a brand new piece of business. That's up to you. Of course, that gets complicated because you're rescinding a motion at the same meeting. You need someone who voted for it to agree.
I think it's a different
If
protocol.
you rescind it the next time, then you can open it from scratch.
I think we do
Talking
instead
about a
is,
different
Yeah.
protocol.
I make no motions associated with what's already on the floor.
Right.
This is just information from the floor on something that we are in the process of passing, that we then make sure to have clarity across the board with the rest of the care that we provide. We'll do
Sounds
that
fair
under new
enough.
business.
How does this change anything? I don't understand quite how we're changing this. If we want to approve this, we should approve it, and then when the,
No, I think I think the process here is to approve. He's talking about approving what we're talking about now, and having a discussion under new business about things that weren't approved in this packet to be streamlined with this.
And he's talking about the rescue protocols that you're talking about changing and then bringing up here.
Right.
But that's so, yeah. But I think, if I understand, you're saying that we should approve it now so they don't have to bring them back. Okay.
Right, we're bypassing another discussion of med standards at
Yeah,
another
okay.
meeting.
Okay, moving right along. The next motion is the seconded motion to approve the New York City Regional Dysrhythmia Protocols, which essentially just added a vagal maneuver and under key points, a description of how to perform that vagal maneuver. Any comments, questions? Very good. The next motion is a seconded motion to approve removal of the GCS of less than or equal to 8 from the adult RSI standing order protocol under standing order. There was some discussion about the use of that and not delaying patient care, so it was unanimous vote to remove a GCS of less than 8. Any comments, questions?
Dr. Marshall, some of my motions didn't save correctly, so I'm trying to fix them right now, okay?
Okay.
But we can still continue.
Okay, all right. The next seconded motion is to approve the adoption of the ACS trauma triage guidelines for 2023 for New York State, effective 1/1/2023. Any comments? Okay. The next motion is recommendation to approve bringing the New York State AEMT protocols in line with the National EMS Education Standards effective 1/1/23. And this would include removal of endotracheal intubation from the New York State AEMT protocols, as well as the skills and the training components. Any comments? Okay. The next motion is to, and there was some discussion on this, so there were some changes in the collaborative protocol that had to do with excited delirium, which was deleted for the adult, and there were some changes in the pediatric behavioral emergencies, which included some discussion about de-escalation techniques. And so that was approved, and that comes forward as a seconded motion. Any comments? Okay. And the last one is the seconded motion to approve the addition of tranexamic acid, TXA, and oxymetazoline, which is Afrin, to the New York State EMS formulary. Both of those are present in the collaborative protocols. Any comments or questions about that? Seeing none, that's
Good.
the final one.
Val, if we can have a roll call vote, and the vote will be for all of those brought forth by Dr. Marshall.
Dr. Alexandro? Yes. Dr. Berkowitz? Yes. Dr. Bombard?
Yes.
Dr. Cooper?
Yes.
Dr. Cushman? Yes. Dr. Daly? Yes. Dr. Doynow?
Yes?
Dr. Kugler? Yes. Dr. Markowitz? Yes. Dr. Marshall?
Yes.
Dr. Murphy? Yes. Dr. Olson?
Yes.
Dr. Piggott?
Yes.
Dr. Talbot?
Yes.
And Dr. Walters?
Yes.
All of the motions passed.
Okay. Thank you. Do you want to hear about discussion items too, or no?
Sure.
Oh, there were a few discussion items, so I just, to bring to your attention, we discussed a document on EMS telehealth and, you know, whether we should have a policy, a process, what should be state-driven or regionally driven, and We did not come to any decision, so that will be for further discussion. We had a request from Stat Medevac, which is an air medical system, for an exemption of their staffing. And we did not do anything with that either, but we're going to look further into it because there are other air medical services that are out of state, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania that operate, and New Hampshire, from what I understand, that operate also within New York State. So we're going to take a closer look at that in general. And we discussed protocol development and implementation, which we've had that discussion several times over the years. Several years ago, this body approved to have one implementation per year, but that does not mean you can't bring protocols forward, but we will have a set implementation date to help alleviate some of the confusion that pre-hospital providers have as they had in the past, where we used to change protocols every meeting. So hopefully continuing that process will make things a lot easier for our providers. And that's my report.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marshall. Moving along, education. Is Dr. McAvoy here?
He's not.
Anybody from education with a report? Oh.
Dave Villani.
Dr. Doino, if Mr. Violante's in the room, here he is,
Sure.
coming up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies for a delay in getting up here. Training and education. The PSC work group has met once and made revisions to the PSC manual. Second draft will be developed over the next few weeks and refined with hopes of having a sort of final product for the December council meetings. Prior to sending out the new PSC to finance for budget impact, we'll be running several pilots in order to determine actual time and personnel requirements. The paramedic work group to discuss accreditation and other issues has not been assembled as of yet. We'll be standing up that group shortly. No word from the commissioner on the North Country proposal to run a pilot as of a combined EMT and AMT class, as we had discussed at the last meeting. As of 8/18/22, the National Registry 2213 was rescinded, which would have allowed both accredited and non-accredited but state-approved programs to sit for National Registry certification. Ryan had brought this up. Regional faculty updates should be online in the Vital Signs Academy fairly soon. The Finance Committee had quite a bit of information and work that ended up for the Training and Education Committee. And so they talked about a cost survey analysis tool for course sponsors to get an accurate picture of what components comprise current costs and how they have changed over time. At the moment, only 15 to 20% of course sponsors have completed this and sent it in, some indicating reasons for difficulties with the complexity and depth of it. The state's going to send it out again and ensure REMSCOs and program agencies receive it and make it available. It is important to try and complete this, as it gives the state an accurate picture of overall costs for program agencies and course sponsorships and potential changes for reimbursement. The committee did have a lengthy discussion about the academy-style classes for EMTs. Over 500 new EMTs were brought into the profession in New York State, half of them from the military, half from the civilian arena. We currently have 70,000 certified providers in the state, but only 35,000 actually providing care. So it was great to have an influx of folks via this program, and we're looking to continue that. Some of the challenges included the rigorous schedule, which was especially difficult for volunteers, but many agencies use the program to hire providers and put them through the training while they were working. As Ryan indicated, the state's going to be working on running these moving forward. Reimbursement for course sponsorships has been an ongoing issue, and teaching courses has become a losing proposition. Some of the reasons are extensions of certifications, which of course we had to do, increasing program and instructional costs, and non-reimbursement for students who drop out, fail the program, or fail the state exam. A potential solution to the last component of this was to reimburse the sponsorship when a student completes the actual program, but prior to the state exam. Other challenges the committee discussed were funding. Those students not affiliated yet with an agency at the beginning of the course. Jean related that it's possible that the sponsorship could send in the affiliation paperwork by the end of the course instead of also just at the beginning. Many sponsorships do attempt to guide students towards local agencies to help them get into the delivery component of the system, which also helps on the funding side. The department should also try to partner with workforce development in finding solutions to getting more providers trained and out on the street. One of the deliverables of the Finance Committee is budget recommendations, including those for training and education. The committee is working on revising the language, including funding numbers, and needs to know what needs to be addressed and added at the training initiatives, for example, academy-style programs. Other suggestions in this regard included all course costs, including instructor cost, reimbursement costs, including dropouts and failures, textbook funding, leadership training, academy course training, relooking at the paramedic training and funding, fellowship program at EMS agencies, certification in community paramedicine, and certification in critical care transportation. We had a lengthy discussion about the EMT program. It's not the class it was many years ago, as many of us had taken it. Very recently, it was evaluated in the collegiate world, and it's actually considered to be just about 11 and a half contact hours. 12 hours is considered full-time for students, and so we really need to change the education model. As Ryan indicated, Jean Taylor has left 1 week on the job. She's retiring after almost 50 years. She's leaving us with the wisdom that we do need to change the way we are presenting and teaching our programs to make it better for our students. We're sort of stuck in the past and haven't progressed into the digital age. We do need more providers, and we need to make it easier for them to learn and become certified and practice. Jean also is leaving us with the possibility of all course sponsorships being able to run certified instructor updates in conjunction with regional faculty and not just specialty course sponsorships. We ran out of time for further discussion on this. Apologies to Al Lewis and hijacking a good portion of the legislative time. But specialty course sponsors and program agencies would like to weigh in before public policy comes out on these kinds of things. The Bureau also indicated that there were a number of other regulations to be coming out soon. We also discussed that we as EMS professionals present ourselves in a variety of identities, from tradespeople to professionals, and that we need to brand ourselves much better as a group to be inclusive of both. The Bureau is finishing up on approval of courses for the year. So far, 1,137 courses have been approved, and there are 50 more to go. That means that more than 20,000 providers have taken classes this year. Ryan talked about the executive orders and the health commerce system that's up online. And as the Bureau honored Jean and thanked her for years of service, Training and Ed does as well. Thank you so very much, Jean. If there's any other questions for me, I'll take them. Otherwise, that's the end of my report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Quality metrics, did you have something to say on?
Yes, thank you for the time with this. The Quality Measures Metrics Committee is working on core measures to monitor, including the current state measures. SEMSCO currently has several vetted and studied measures that include those from the AHA, ACS for Trauma, and some others. We are seeking to report on a selection of these in December. As we continue through this process, we would like to know from this group what measures you would like to see. There should be a strong evidence and clinical base and applicability to NEMSA standards. So we definitely want to hear from everybody here. If you would, please reach out to either anyone on my committee or to the chair that can also get to us so that we can have something to go with. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. So if anybody has any suggestions, please reach out to the committee or to myself. Dr. Cooper, EMSC.
Thank you. The EMSC committee met earlier this month on September 13th. We had a very full agenda. I think that at this particular point, it would be most useful if I turned the microphone over to Amy Eisenhower, who I know wants to report on the upcoming PEC program that will be instituted soon. Amy is with us, I believe.
She's here, but I think she stepped out.
Okay.
Oh, there she is.
There she is. Okay. Come. Oh, here. No, it's all right. Okay.
A report for EMSC on our last meeting. Is that?
The PEC issue, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, I was trying to figure out lunch. So this kind of came about, and so the PEC program for pre-hospital and hospital providers has been in process for at least this last grant period. So the last 6 years or so. New York State has a pre-hospital PEC program, and for those of you listening who are interested and curious, you can contact me and we'll get you signed up. Our hope is to have a PEC or a regional PEC representing every EMS agency in New York State. So recently, the ACS released.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, PEC stands for Pediatric Emergency Care Coordinator.
Yes. And it's not as heavy a lift as you think. We have a lot of resources through my office and through EMSC Federal, and we help you do it. So if you're just passionate but not necessarily a traditional educator, we will help you get the resources for your agency. The ACS recently released the Gray Book, which is the update from the Orange Book, and one of the criteria recommended is to have a PEC for certain trauma designations. Several other EMSC programs in the Northeast region have ED PECs, and I have been working with them over the past few years, kind of waiting for an auspicious time to introduce this concept, and thanks to the ACS, here it is. I have been talking with Dr. Prince and Dr. Wallenstein and Christy Meyer related to how do we introduce this through STAC. At STAC on the 12th, there will be a presentation on what EMSC suggests or recommends through a variety of references to kind of introduce the concept of it, not necessarily what New York State is going to do. And we are looking at building we are in the process of building a work group of stakeholders, so ED physicians, EMS physicians, nursing, hospital administrators, EMS professionals, to contribute to the discussion. So if you are interested, and this is something in your wheelhouse, please let me know and I will put you on the list. I hope to have those work group meetings begun after the STAC meeting on the 12th. Are there any questions?
Hearing no other questions, let me just briefly report on a couple of other items that were discussed. We're, of course, indebted to Director Ryan for giving us his usual description of departmental activities. We spent a fair amount of time at the meeting speaking about the pediatric agitation protocol, which we have discussed at length and won't be further belabored at this moment. We spent time speaking about potential participation in a CPR registry for children. And we heard reports from many of our sister committees. And finally, I think you heard Amy comment that the Gray Book includes new standards for a PEC coordinator for pediatric trauma centers, but as you know, it also links to the new to the new field trauma triage guidelines that you approved several moments ago. And the EMSC committee will be looking at how these new triage guidelines apply to pediatric patients. I think that in the main, those are the key issues that were discussed at the meeting. I'll be happy to entertain any questions. And of course, Amy is always a fountain of information, so she's always available to answer questions as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Cooper or Amy? Okay, thank you, Dr. Cooper
Thank
and
you,
Amy.
sir.
Moving on to old business, I'm happy to say that the State EMS Medical Director position is moving forward. A group of us came together, sent the department our suggestions. Those suggestions were evaluated, and it's now off to civil service to create the position and eventually a search for an EMS medical director. And now we're just waiting for them to come back. So that will happen.
Just want to touch on that one of
Sure.
a reasonable time frame. So it's gone off to, or is in the process of civil service, figuring out matching physician job titles, the things that they do. Then we go through a waiver process. Then it goes through a recruitment process. Then it goes through a vetting process. Then it goes through a hiring process. Should all happen like by next week. We're good. So realistically, I think when we look at that timeline, particularly because this is not a position that's been filled before, but creating a new position within the department, my guess, and it's a best guess, 12 to 18 months. But I think we're on the right pathway. I think we're making good progress, and we will continue to update you along the way.
So it's excellent news. I mean, this is a long time coming and waiting for it to be done and done right. So more information once I know about it. Helicopter blood transport. If you guys recall from our last meeting, which was a number of months ago, the legislature passed a law that said basically helicopters could transport blood, but they turned it over to SEMAC to regulate that. And basically it's been actually turned over to the department to come up with the regulations that we need to pass. Ryan, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
So the department is starting to draft the regulations for that. If there is any feedback or comments that anybody from this particular group or anybody in the EMS community would like, they're welcome to forward those over, either to Val, and she'll channel them to me, or directly to me. Please make sure that you get a reply that I received them. Not that they got buried in some email. I do want to make sure that we got all those. From our development, then it will go through the normal Article 30 process, so it will go out for public comment and then come to this group as well as SEMSCO, because of the way that the legislation was written, for approval and then to go into reg.
Dr. Marshall, you had a question?
Yeah, I just trying to remember back when we first started talking about this, was ground ambulances were included in that in the beginning. So what happened?
Ground ambulances are not included in this bill. This is strictly for air medical to be able to care and carry blood for air medical patients only.
Dr. Daly?
So while we're talking about ground ambulances and blood, something that's on the agenda for STAC as well, and I think is profoundly important across New York, particularly in this time of difficult ambulance access, is our current set of regulations governing who can and cannot transport a patient with blood products hanging. The regulations and the policy are not aligned. The ability exists within the regulations for a policy to indicate that somebody could transport an emergent blood transfusion with notification of the department, but that's missing in the policy. I think we could clarify this, give more opportunity for ambulances that don't regularly visit hospitals to be able to move critical patients when necessary. I think that would be something we should really work to do.
Absolutely. So, and let me have a clarification to this. The bill that you're talking about only allows air. Ground ambulances can become an ambulance transfusion service. It is a process in order to get approved. I'll leave it at that. It is, I think, getting better as time goes on, and I know there's been some major revisions to it in order to make it more effective. But related to the bill that you're talking about, it is only to air. in regards to if you think there's something in, and again, those regulations that allow for an ambulance service, a ground ambulance service, to transport blood actually isn't in our regulations or our purview, so we'd have to go to the Blood Council in order to get anything changed that would allow it to either ease or align or anything on that side.
Any other comment?
Just one question for Ryan. Where do I find the documents that allow me to apply to carry blood with my service? Because I've scoured the website and I can't find them there or on the Wadsworth. The Wadsworth site refers us to the Bureau website, and I can't find them on the Bureau website, and I kind of get lost there.
We have a link back to the Wadsworth website, and then they have a link back to ours. Yes. I'll check.
I have a lot of moss in my yard I like watching to grow as well. I know exactly where it's going to stop and how high it'll be. It takes up days of my life.
Yeah, so two things. One, I will check on where it is on Wadsworth, make sure that it didn't come down by accident in an update or something that happened. In addition to that, we can add a link. I thought there was one on ours, but I will go back and make sure there is on our website to their website so that you can easily find the documents that are related to it. It doesn't exist today, but I will make it happen.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, moving along. EMS hospital wait times. As many of you may know, there have been incredible wait times at most of our hospitals. EDs are overcrowded. It's become a large problem to the point where we have agencies that don't have anybody to respond because their medics are tied up at the ED waiting to unload their patients, causing issues with mutual aid and services not being able to respond. Dr. Morley is aware of this. He's said he will help us with this. We formed a committee in the local area of EMS providers to come up with suggestions as how to, in part, resolve this. I am happy to take any suggestions that anyone has. It doesn't have to be right now, just send them to me, because obviously we need to do something. It doesn't appear that much is happening at the hospital end, and usually not the fault of anybody in a specific hospitals, but staffing issues, bed availability has become a real issue, and the patient loads that we've had. So if anybody has suggestions, please contact me. I'll certainly let you know what our local group has come up with. And then Dr. Morley, he has some suggestions that would be great. See what else we can do. Does anybody have any comments on this at the moment?
Dr. Neunow, Steve Kroll speaking. The California Hospital Association has prepared a comprehensive guide. It's 120 pages long, resource material on this topic. It was done in conjunction between the EMS community in California and the California Hospital Association. It's easily searchable on their website, or I can text it to anybody, text the link over to anybody. But for anyone that's looking at this, we should, California is a similar state to ours with both urban and rural centers, and we should certainly try and evaluate their work, see if it's helpful to us.
Steve, if you can send that to me, that would be great. I'd like to see it. Anybody have any other comments? Okay, moving on. IV fluid and drug shortages, which is policy 1304, I believe. Dr. Murphy, did you have anything you want to say about that? You brought it up at standards.
Just we were trying to get some guidance on, the policy's very old, but what we were looking for was really, some of these shortages come so quickly. Could there be a fast track kind of mechanism that we can, or the Bureau can review people's requests? We have a policy in our local area in the Hudson Valley where we did substitutions, as most and many people have done, but we're running out of substitutions even in the benzodiazepine family. So we were looking for guidance, any processes that the committee would undertake, because I think these things come to a virtual standstill, and there's some agencies out there that are not going to be able to get substitutions even.
Ryan, you have any comment on that per se?
I know that the policy that you spoke about, we're going to take a look at, and this came from the discussions earlier today, so we'll take a look at that and hopefully work with you, and we can update that policy and get it out. If there is something that we're allowed to do, obviously through the Bureau, in order to take a quick look at something and move that through, we can take a look at that. Boy, what an excellent opportunity to have a state medical director on board already if they were able to help with that. But for the future, so maybe we'll partner with some of the regions in helping to facilitate that, but have the regions help us possibly with the physician component of it.
Any other comments? Okay, moving to new business. Why don't we start with Dr. Daly's suggestion on TXA?
So my suggestion on TXA was just that we normalize and then we have a single dose of TXA across the board, both in the unified protocols in New York City, where it would impact their rescue protocols, as well as their ESU protocols, and in the collaborative protocols where we're starting to roll out TXA in our shock, trauma-associated shock protocol. And in some of those protocols, there's a dose of 1 gram. In others, it's 2 grams. In the military TCCC program right now, they have changed their dosing to 2 grams without finding harm. My recommendation is that we move to 2 grams across the board for our TXA protocols in New York State.
Would you like to make a motion to that extent?
Yes, please. Motion, change TXA to 2 grams from 1 gram in protocols where it applies in New York State.
I second.
Okay, Dr. Marshall seconds. Anybody have comments?
Dr. Dornall,
Go ahead, Dr. Olson.
when would this take place? At our yearly collaborative update or tomorrow?
So TXA is actually in the process of rolling out, depending on the region. RTAC by RTAC, which was the way we had established it under the collaborative. When a regional trauma advisory committee approves the use of TXA within their catchment area, it would then be up to the region on when they rolled it out. My suggestion would be, since the educational process is just going on now, and the training that Dr. Bombard has put together has only gone out to a few places at this point, that training be updated and this steady rollout just continue.
Very good. Thank you.
So would this be available immediately for an agency that's done the training?
Well, no, they'd have to train to 2 instead of 1.
Okay.
And it would have to be approved by the commissioner. So a change in the dosage would have to go through there first.
Yes.
Okay. All right, any discussion before we vote? And it'll need to be a roll call vote because this will be going to SEMSCO.
And actually, my suggestion would be that this also be advanced for discussion at STAC.
So if it is, so are you making the motion to change it now, or do you think it should discuss do you want to bring it to the stack and bring it back for December?
Right.
Or somewhere in between?
Yeah. Actually, that's a great idea, Ryan. So let's remove the motion before Dr. Langston gets crazy with me for changing around my language. Let's move this for a discussion item at STAC and then bring it back to med standards in December.
Yeah.
All right, so the motion's been removed and we'll bring it to stack. Dr. Alexandro?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's best to go through STAC and then have that discussion later on. Absolutely.
I think that would also give you the time for New York City as well, would it not?
Like I said, they were considering that, and it's coming up later on in the year.
You can have a motion to refer to committee. That's legal. That means that you're instructing the committee to do it. Or not.
Do you want to make that motion, Mike, to vote on? Or?
Does not need a roll call vote, by the way.
Right, that one.
Make a motion to have STAC discuss the change in dosing of TXA to 2 grams.
Do we have a second on that motion?
Need a second, there you go.
Okay, Dr. Alessandro. All in favor of that? Anybody against? Any abstentions? Okay, so that passes. All right, a few other issues here. Just one quick bit of information. Senate Bill S9407B, I understand, has been resolved, and that it refers to body armor for EMS providers as not being an issue at this point. Next comes an issue from Suffolk County and Northwell. I'll let Dr. Berkowitz explain exactly what's going on, and it's been brought to us as they attempted to resolve it and they've been unable to resolve it, so it now comes to SEMAC for a decision.
So thank you. So just for clarity, I'm making this appeal to the SEMAC in my role as medical director for Northwell EMS. So on June 15th, the Suffolk REMAC Executive Committee met to discuss two cases where they believed there were patient safety concerns. There wasn't public notice, due process, and the only notification we had was a request to provide the hospital the PCR. Nonetheless, they met and they voted to restrict Northwell EMS from ALS operation except in the Riverhead region. After the fact, we conducted an investigation and determined that the concerns were unsubstantiated. The only issue found was that there was an issue with our monitor that prevented transmission of an EKG, which obviously subsequently we've reviewed all of our monitors to ensure that they're able to transmit to all relevant facilities. And as the hospital had mentioned, did not want to use the portal for PCRs, we set them up with autofax. Obviously, this kind of issues with PCRs and EKG and transmission happens in every region all the time. To my knowledge, this is the first time that an agency or a provider was restricted because of it. At the July Suffolk REMAC meeting, this data was brought forward and a follow-up vote was held. There are 26 voting members on the Suffolk REMAC. There were 20 present. Of those present, 9 voted in favor, 6 against, and 5 abstained. So there's, just to be clear, 26 members on the REMAC, 20 present, 9 in favor, 6 against, and 5 abstained. After the fact, the program agency determined that this vote is sufficient to take action. And from my understanding, it's clear in New York State law and common sense that public bodies must have a majority of voting members to take action. To my understanding, what this means is that in order to take action, you would need to have 14 affirmative votes if the body has 26 members. Obviously, there's a lot more data that we've compiled regarding these issues, but I think that there's enough data here, hopefully, to resolve this at the SEMAC. And we request, Northwell EMS requests that the SEMAC rescind this restriction.
We would like to respond on behalf of Suffolk County.
Go ahead.
The backstory to this is that this agency essentially entered into an agreement with a local agency for secondary dispatch outside of our 911 system. They were not being dispatched by us, by our fire rescue emergency services. They were not reporting to our medical control. They were not responding to requests for quality improvement and quality assurance. And as such, since they are out of compliance with our regional policies and protocols, the motion and the decision was made to restrict their ability to respond for ALS in our 911 system. Mike Masterton, our Chief of Education and Training, has more information.
Yeah, unfortunately, our vetted CMAC chair representative is Dr. Piggott, who's here. Jason Winslow, which you all know, is on a well-needed vacation. No satellite, no phone, no nothing. However, I just wanted to give a little bit of background. So on March 20 of 2022, the Suffolk REMAC reaffirmed its medical oversight for all the 911 agencies in our system with 2 motions. Agencies participating in the 911 system within Suffolk County are required to use Suffolk County ALS protocols and policies and the BLS collaborative protocols and the use of Suffolk County medical control. That motion passed 18-0. Then subsequently, later on down the line, we had a case where a hospital called us with 2 PCI notifications, and we found out that they weren't using our medical control. We found out they weren't giving PCRs, so we worked with the agency. Emergency meeting was held by the executive committee, who voted to restrict their ALS in the system and bring it to the full REMAC. It was brought to the full REMAC for a vote. And the contention was not the 2 cases that were isolated. The contention was they're not using our medical control. To explain our medical control, we have this question. We believe that the passage of these motions was in accordance with Section 3004A, where local REMACs are authorized with the development of policies, procedures, triage, and transport, and protocols to coordinate the development of the regional medical control system and to participate in the Regional Quality Improvement Program. Also referencing DOH Policy 1105, online direct medical control is approved by the REMAC. Is it approved by the REMAC? Is the REMAC that's providing medical care from the region, or would it be misinterpreted to allow any REMAC, any medical control? So with that being said, that's why the REMAC upheld. They're not participating in the regional quality improvement. Our medical control is our primary QA/QI. We're a county of 1.5 million. We have 110 agencies. Most of our QA/QI goes through online medical control. We also have policies for BLS-12 lead, BS-CPAP. So that's why we have that medical control assigned. So the REMAC just suspended the Northwell ambulance that's in this one agreement from providing ALS care because they're not following our medical control, they're not using our medical control, and they're not participating in our regional quality improvement. So the 2 cases that he talks about, that was not why it was upheld. It was upheld because they're not following those 2 items. So in ending, it's just, we have the question, is SEMAC to consider? May the REMACs require participation in the EMS agencies in a region and adhere to regional treatment policies for the improvement of the whole system? So that's the background on the suspension. By the way, the agency has and continues to work in our system with ALS responders. So the agency had ALS responders for well over a decade and a half who are complying with all the requirements. And they currently still have ALS responders in our system compliant with the medical control and policies. It was just the one-off that we have, which was the reason why the REMAC suspended the agency's ALS.
Thank you. Dr. Workowitz, do you want to respond?
Please, thank you. So just a couple of points. First of all, obviously, I'm challenging the notion that this vote was upheld based on that, and I'm open to feedback from the SEMAC on whether 9 affirmatives out of a 26-member voting group, a public body, is sufficient to take action. But more importantly, to start with how this started. In fact, the hospital didn't notify anyone. The hospital was called and asked if there's any issues that they're having, and when they're asked if there are any issues that they're having, they were told yes, there are 2 PCRs that we couldn't get, and that's what initiated this. So there was no hospital-based complaint. In fact, the hospital mentioned abstained from the vote and has publicly said that they have no issues with Northwell EMS.
The bone of contention for the REMAC for the suspension was not the 2 cases. The 2 cases were relevant. It was identified that you're not using the Suffolk County Medical Control and you're not participating in the regional QA/QI program.
I was just correcting that one thing that you mentioned to make sure that the record is accurate. So in terms of medical control, we can start there. So the Northwell EMS has been very clear that when the region is on the collaborative protocols, we'd be happy to utilize the local medical control. In fact, we requested to be able to have some of our physicians credentialed as medical control physicians, but we're told, in fact, that in order to be credentialed as a Suffolk medical control physician, you have to be working at the local medical control facility, which is Stony Brook. So as such, when we're all on the same protocols, we have no problem doing that. Now, fortunately, that is scheduled for November 1st, which will be the cure for that issue. And there haven't been any quality issues. I will also state that in this case that was mentioned, there was in fact no need for medical control because it was a standard transport. It was a STEMI patient, but there was no medical control orders given. So I don't understand why even medical control is an issue for this case in mention. And so I'll take a breath and let you go.
Can I intervene for a minute? With a little bit of conversation on either side of me, but I'll take the lead on this one. This is an extremely complex, somewhat unique, but not the first time that we've had to deal with this situation. And I think, if this is something that, and you've brought it forth to this council, that maybe, especially being that this is a system situation, that we should refer this to the systems committee, let them discuss it, flush it out, let legal work with it as well, and could work with anybody from systems on this, and then can bring it back maybe with a more information and background to this group.
Regardless of how this moves forward, I do request an opinion on how many votes are required for a public body to take action, because I think that part is the clearest of this. There's a lot of mud, but that is crystal clear in my opinion.
Dr. Rosen?
I'm not a lawyer, and I can't give a legal opinion. Okay. However, there is the New York State General Construction Law that does state that every public body, when it votes, must have a majority of all, not only voting members, of all members. That is, even if there are seats that are empty, it's the majority of the number of seats must vote in the affirmative. Now, the SEMSCO lawyer has said that that does not apply to, to the SEMSCO and to the Systems Committee, because he claims that Article 30 overrules the General Construction Law, although other lawyers that I've spoken to say General Construction Law overrules every law, and my response to that is, well, the lawyers will have to take that to court. We can't deal with that. But no one's ever argued that REMAC or any of the other committees don't fall under the General Construction Law. So that's my opinion, is that you need to have a strict majority, not just a minor majority, but if there are how many seats, 24 seats, then you need to have 13 to pass something.
And so that is the point that I would like to make, and I think we can resolve here. There were, as mentioned, there are 26 voting members. There were 20 members present, 9 voted in affirmative, 6 against, and 5 abstentions. I believe, based on this, that they would need 14 members voting in the affirmative to take action. So that part, I think, I believe we can make, the SEMAC can make a determination to rescind this restriction, and of course these other more complicated issues we can hopefully resolve in the Systems Committee. But I think that we can resolve the voting component today.
Just to clarify the actual numbers were 9 for, 6 opposed, 5 abstained, and 3 were absent.
Okay.
How many voting members are on the Suffolk REMAC?
It would be 23, 9, 6, 5, and 3.
Just to interrupt for a second. So the department did receive middle to late last week, a appeal by the attorneys representing Northwell Health on this matter specifically. The appeal is under review by Division of Legal Affairs to determine standing of the petitioner, as well as the appropriateness of the decision by the REMAC. So that will likely come forth in the next meeting. In the meantime, 3004A, number 4, says that when the appeal is brought, or when an appeal is raised, that no action shall be taken to implement the decision. So it's a stayed matter until it comes before this council.
Yeah, not speaking on behalf of the Suffolk REMAC. So the suspension was given, the appeals to this body. During the appeal, there's no action taken, we're going to move forward. We weren't aware of the appeal and haven't been asked for any of the records from the REMAC, but we will definitely supply those.
So, Steve, if I understand, basically their restriction is not valid at this point. Is that correct? My understanding is
I hesitate to use the word not valid. It is stayed currently.
Stayed, okay.
Until we get back from DLA and it comes before this body.
I would like to get comment on, as I said, the voting component of this, because I still think that that's a significant issue, and that does pertain to the SEMAC and all of the regions that are involved. So I'd be open for comment for folks on that as well.
No, great point. And as I said, they're reviewing both the standing of the petitioner and the appropriateness of the decision, so that those pieces can be included in that review by DLA.
I do have one question for this body, because we wanted to know, to summarize to this body. May the regional REMACs require all participating EMS agencies in its regional to adhere to the treatment policies, quality improvement, and such, as we recognize it to be in both policy 1105 as well as in 3004A.
Ryan, do you have any comment on that? Or Steve?
That's a good question. We will bring that back to DLA and take a look at the law to determine what's in place and what existing minimum standards were placed by this body and how those are interpreted. So we'll bring that back at the next meeting as well.
Thank you, because that was the tenor of the suspension, was complying with those two regs in the care of patients in the region. It wasn't in isolated cases. We have a very robust QA/QI program. We have BLS 12 lead, ALS 12 lead. They're required to transmit it to medical control, makes notifications. So it's not just a little piece of calling a medical control. It's the system that we have. Thank you.
Dr. Kruger, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, gentlemen, please allow me to share with you some history. In 2016, this exact same item occurred in the Nassau region. An agency was suspended publicly in a public meeting due to noncompliance with regional policy. This body stayed that suspension and then ultimately held that agency accountable to 4 items, one of which was a quality issue that once they complied with, which was a quite simple thing, was just make your PCRs available. That's what the quality issue was. They were no longer in violation, and then they could continue with their activities in Nassau County. One of the items that was of contention that they were initially suspended for, that was stayed, was their use of their own medical control. This body said, so long as you have an approved medical control using state-approved state-approved protocols, you can use your medical control in your home region. So, and it just, at that point, it left open, your agency can use your medical control. Now, there is a regulation that requires, or that allows for regions to authorize medical control physicians. I just want to remind everybody, though, that we have a precedent set that this body has already said, in fact, that if you're an agency and you're practicing 911 care within a particular region, you can use your own medical control so long as that medical control and you're using state-approved protocols. That's part one, is the medical control item that needs to be addressed. The second item is the quality. All of the PCRs, now I'm taking my Nassau County hat off and I'm putting my Northwell hat on. All of our PCRs are shared to the state bridge, every one of them. What that means is Suffolk County can at any time go into the state bridge, look at the Suffolk County PCRs, and do whatever quality review they would like to do. There's no restriction on their access. They have access to any care that we provide. So I think that addresses the quality issue. I don't think there's any further that needs to be said other than those two things for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kruger. I would mention that episode that happened in 2016, the county and the agency were able to work out their differences and resolved it without it going any further. So,
Well, actually, what happened was that it didn't happen like, it wasn't that simple.
well, you guys
Ultimately,
talked at least.
the agency was suspended for noncompliance with the state required 4 items. The state suspended the agency, not the region. When the region reported back to the state that the agency was compliant, then the agency was unsuspended by the state, not the region. So we may have worked out the differences, but it was still something that was done by this body, and one of the items that was, the two items of contention were the medical control and quality with regards to PCRs. And both of those things, they made their PCRs available, so that was no longer an issue. And the medical control item was resolved at this body, saying it's not an item. They have their own medical control using their protocols that are state approved.
Can I make 2 points, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, go ahead.
First point is our medical control is contracted by the county. That goes out for an RFQ. And REMAC designated 1 medical control. Our QAQI program is run through that. All EMTs that do medical procedures or treatments required to make post-34s. It's on taped lines. It's a big component of our QAQI, the first part. The second part on EPCRs, we have a regional data hub. At this time, I do not have any access to any Northwell PCRs through our regional data hub. I don't have a 5136 on file or any. So currently, for those entities, we're not getting any QAQI data. However, even if we were, our QAQI program is not just EPCR. We have a very robust QAQI program for the REMAC, and it's gone through medical control on tape lines. So that was the reason why we used the 1 medical control.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion? All right, as Steve mentioned, it's gone to DOH and their legal department, and we will hear from them at the next meeting. Okay. All right, any other new business to be brought up at this point? Okay, next meeting is in December. Specifically what date? Do you remember what date they are?
December 3rd, 6th and 7th.
6th and 7th. And I assume it's here as well.
It is here.
Dr. Doynell, can I
Yes.
just say something under new business?
Sure, go ahead.
I know that ending a little bit, ending early is a really good, gives people more time. But I just want to mention something. When Dr. Doynell brought up the crisis of wall time at hospitals, we didn't really have much of a discussion. We sort of talked about it as maybe we'll talk about it as a future thing. I'm sure this will be discussed a lot at the SEMSCO meeting later today. But I just, as a member of this group, I want to say this is a fundamental crisis right now for our ability to keep our EMS system moving. And we around this table and around this room are the leaders of the EMS system. I really think it's our obligation to really dive into this issue, whether as a committee, whether as individuals, whether as a state. We can't just go and come back here in 3 months when dozens and dozens of agencies, hundreds and hundreds of agencies are going to spend thousands and thousands of hours standing by waiting to offload patients. I'm not saying we have the solutions, but there's an entire healthcare system that's in gridlock that we together have to join with in figuring out what we can do. And so I'm not saying we have to extend this meeting, but if we go home for another 3 months and we haven't done anything, well, then 3 months from now, it's either going to be the same or worse. I don't think it's going to be better because 100,000 nurses aren't going to appear in the United States, in the next 3 months. And emergency rooms aren't going to get less busy. So, thank you.
And I'll just echo that and say, and I've said it before, but it's an ecosystem. This isn't one section fixes the problem. Just fixing the hospitals or just fixing EMS or just fixing some other things. I know we've seen some, interesting data starting to come, particularly from AMR, I believe, in the Syracuse region with ET3. We're starting to see other models, that hopefully will move this forward. We spoke earlier today about telemedicine. Look, every one patient that isn't another ambulance sitting in that ER is one patient that's not bottlenecking that ER. But let's also not be fooled that sometimes is met with resistance because the hospitals, in some senses, want the volume or need the volume in order for their sustainability. And that's why it truly does have to be that collaboration of what can we do together. And it's this group as the SEMAC who has the ears of each of the hospitals that you're working in to say they want to work together. Okay, most of the time. That, we want to work together and to figure out these solutions and to figure out, what else can we do to not be in the same situation, or what can we do when we are in the situation to try and relieve the situation. I get the reports on a regular basis of where we are with, turnover time and things like that. And the problem isn't, I think an isolated, I hate to say it, but an isolated 2-hour wait is an isolated 2-hour wait. It's the problem when it becomes day in, day out, call after call, and you look at a system, and now we start to get the calls, and we start to get the complaints at the Bureau, and they turn to us and say, well, what do you want me to do? I only have 2 ambulances in my entire community, and one of them is sitting in the ER for 2 hours. So now, what do I do? And then the next one went out on a call. Now that one's stuck there for 3 hours. And now we're kicking into mutual aid. Now we're kicking in. And it has a ripple effect. It has a ripple effect on our career providers when they turn and say, do I want to do this job? It has a ripple effect even larger, I would say, on our volunteers who turn and say, I have an hour to give. I don't have 3. Particularly, sitting and holding a wall. And I'm not saying we know the answer, but I will say what also becomes a problem, and again, somewhat to even more to this group, is we have very large legal firms around the country who are starting to put out very specific guidance from their opinion, from their review, that says, yeah, once they're at the hospital, they're the hospital's problem. And what none of us want to come out of this is that there's a negative patient outcome or something to a patient or what that looks like. So I don't know if anyone has anything on that, but I think that's what Steve is trying to drive to, which is that we just can't sit and wait. If we try something and it doesn't work, we've at least tried something. If we sit and wait and hope, think that's the definition of insanity?
I just want to add on to stealing from my colleague Peter Brody, data helps drive decisions. I know you've all heard him say that. When we recognize that there are instances where this is occurring. We're seeing the pop-up reports that come into us, right? And Ryan and I both review those when they come in. But what isn't matching is what we're seeing out of the EPCR repository for times. When you start looking at at a system-wide level, if there's extreme delays, we're seeing some outliers, but generally not seeing that as the rule. So I want to remind your folks to make sure they're documenting their times appropriately in those charts and aren't just guesstimating, because that doesn't help us in trying to make these decisions.
I'd also suggest that you do report the wait times to the department, because what I think is happening, people just started doing that and just basically gave up, because what I'm seeing is not what is being reported.
But Dr. Doynow, is there an advisory body? This body is an advisory body to the Commissioner of Health on Emergency Medical Services. Is there another advisory body to the Commissioner that is responsible for hospital issues? And maybe that body and this body should meet, talk, have a dialogue. Would that be the Public Health Council?
So FIPIC would be the advisory body for that and several other things.
Why not SEMSCO, SEMAC invite the Public Health Council? I don't know about the protocol of public meetings and all that. That would have to work out. But why not the Public Health Council and the SEMAC have a meeting side by side and talk about this? Because I'm sure they're talking about this at the Public Health Council. They have to be, because it's affecting hospitals. At least we're in the dialogue with them, and they know that it's a problem for hospitals to move the patients into their inpatient beds, right? That's a serious crisis for them. But our crisis is on the other side of that. Maybe there's a dialogue between us.
If that is a formal request of the chair, we can see what we can do to coordinate that happening, and I'm sure my counterpart on the hospital side, Stephanie Schulman, would also be delighted to have that conversation as well, because often it ends up with the four of us, myself, Steve, Dot, and Stephanie, on phone calls together trying to figure out how to navigate and help the system.
So let's make that as a formal request. See if we can get together and see what we can do.
Very good.
Dr. Doino? On that topic, it was discussed at executive just a short while ago. The systems committee has also put together an advisory group within systems to start to look at this problem. Speaking with Chair Devers at exec, one of the ideas, and Director Greenberg is going to try and facilitate this, is to potentially meet with our partner in the Hospital Association to have some discussion on the operations side of this as well. So I think a two-prong approach, looking at the medicine from this body and then looking at the operations side as well, and engaging our advocacy groups would also be very helpful.
Thank you, Mark. Any other comment?
Mr. Chair, if I may, a moment.
Sure.
Excuse me. Jason Haig, Finger Lakes, Remsco, and I wanted to draw two things that were discussed earlier in this meeting together. The first one were the comments from Gene Taylor yesterday on how we need to change the way that we look at education and deliver it. And the second part was the motion that was passed to remove intubation from the AEMT scope of practice effective 1/1/23. There's a possibility that this could cause some confusion for students. Take yourself out of the seat you're in for a minute and go back to being a student for a moment. You're in class, you're learning a skill, you're taking lab time away from other skills to learn a skill that as soon as you test out, you're no longer going to be able to use. So you're wasting lab time, class time, adding stress to learn a skill that if you test in December, January 1st, you're no longer going to be able to utilize. I realize I'm not a voting member of this committee. I'm not a member of the SEMAC at all. But I would like to maybe see if there's somebody that would possibly entertain to make a motion regarding taking keeping intubation, the skill coming out of the protocol effective the 1st of January 2023, but removing that in some time frame that whoever makes a motion sees fit prior to that, so these students that are taking the step to increase their level of care and their knowledge aren't wasting, I don't like to use that word, but aren't wasting their time learning a skill that they will then not be able to utilize once January 1st, 2023 at 001 a.m. hits. I just think that time in the classroom could be better utilized, that time in the lab could be better utilized, and I think that would just maybe make going to AEMT school a little bit more appealing. So I wanted to bring that to this body's attention and see if there's some action that this body may like to take. I thank you for your time.
Would anybody like to entertain that motion?
So, Dr. Doino, I agree with what Jason's saying. I guess my question would be for the Bureau, how quickly can that be removed from the exam? Is that a reasonable, I don't know how quickly those change.
Just to remove AEMTs from intubation skills and from the exam.
We pretty quickly can do a review to make sure that there's no intubation questions on it. I say pretty quickly within state standards.
Can you define pretty quickly?
Right. By January 1st, I mean, we easily can make sure in that case for the written component. But I think Jason was even talking complexity on some of the other things. But from the written point of view, by January 1st, that won't be an issue for us.
But I think we're talking about taking it out of the education and the curriculum and the class and the testing sooner before January 1st, correct? So
Ideally, yes, if possible. I know it's one of the big skill stations on the PSE, which would probably be easier to eliminate than test questions. But again, I'm not an expert on the timeline with that by any means.
Dr. Doino?
Yes.
If I may, I'll make the motion to remove the requirement for AEMT students to learn endotracheal intubation skills for any student testing after January 1st, 2023, to comport with the national AEMT curriculum. Again, to be clear, that's for any student testing after January 1st, when the CMAC's decision on the AEMT intubation goes into effect.
So I think we already approved that, right, if I'm not mistaken. I think what we're discussing is, should we remove it from those testing sooner, and is that a reasonable time frame to remove it for those testing sooner? Such as somebody who's in an AEMT class now takes a test in the beginning of December, and knowing in 3 weeks that they will not be able to utilize any intubation skills.
I think this is part of a transition. And yes, I think they would have to teach them with it, for now, because we have to set a date. It also wouldn't be fair if we all of a sudden changed it today and then, didn't give a period of time. So I think in this particular case, and I'll be honest too, in saying, I think it's good education. I think, yes, you're teaching a skill that they won't be able to use after, but it's a skill that they'll maybe have the knowledge of and be like, I do want to do that skill. I'm going to go on to paramedic school or something of that nature. I think we see this in some regions that allow certain procedures or not, where an EMT class will teach a skill set, but maybe the region allows it or doesn't allow it. So I think this is similar to something in that boat. I would say if they're testing after, it would be up to the course sponsor or the instructor to determine whether or not they want to teach it, knowing it's not going to be tested on after January 1st. But I think saying, not to teach it for someone who might test before would make it a lot more complex of where it is.
Dr. Olson? Okay.
If I may quick, just to clarify, I think this body made the determination on changing the protocol. Mr. Philippi's suggestion on a motion is a determination affecting education standard. It's just to get the two in alignment.
Excuse me. Am I close enough? Chief, it was on everything. Don Hudson made the motion at Med Standards, and I believe that then the motion was brought up here, and that motion included all the content of AEMT regarding intubation.
Yes, I believe that was correct.
Yeah, so if I may clarify, because again, the motion has not been seconded, so without a second, the motion fails on its face, but I just want to clarify that my motion in terms of what the intent was here is for any student currently enrolled or about to be enrolled in a program that tests after this point, after the January 1st inception of the CMAC's decision. So the CMAC decided that they're not going to allow AEMTs to intubate. We're not going to include that in the curriculum after January 1st. What we haven't addressed is anyone currently in class who will test after that point. That's all I'm saying. So yes, after January 1st, yes, you all agreed we're not going to do that anymore. Our concern here, and I think Mr. Haig's concern, is that anyone currently enrolled is still going to be held to that standard up to the 1st.
So I have a question that goes along with Dr. Walters. If we're going to stop allowing them to do endotracheal intubation on January 1st, like you said, if they're testing out in December with a skill that they won't be able to use, granted, there is an educational benefit to having that skill and the knowledge of it, but if we're talking about streamlining some of the education and removing some of the burden from the students and the programs, why would we not just eliminate that now? It's just a question. It wasn't a motion. It was.
Any other discussion on this, per se?
Mr. Philippi, would you maybe, since it hasn't been seconded yet, would you maybe like to move your date for that to come out from 1/1/23 to 12/1/22? Just a suggestion.
Allow me to restate my motion, if I may. Motion to remove the requirement for AEMT students to learn endotracheal intubation skills for any student testing after December 1st, 2022, which would give us 2 months for implementation. to comport with the national AEMT curriculum as decided by this body.
Dr. Talbot, I'll second that.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any discussion on that?
Yes, please.
Dr. Olson?
Val, do you have the motion as voted on? Because we just voted not even an hour ago, or maybe an hour and a half.
We're trying to bring it up now.
Okay. That, because it gets removed by. How you remove it by 1/1/23, that's up to somebody other than me. But we just voted on a motion, and now we're going to change it an hour and a half later. I'm,
As a skill. Now it's the motion to remove teaching.
So maybe I can help with some information here too. We currently have 10 AEMT courses going on right now. They are due to test between December and June. Oh, Don.
Sorry, I'm not a member of the committee, but I am the one that made the previous motion. So it did impact protocol, education, and practical skills exam. So as one of the course sponsors running probably the largest number of AEMT originals through, I can assure the doctors here, and again, I thank you as always for having the best of intentions, but I just want to clarify the education that we do as a course sponsor. If your fear is that we've been wasting students' time and will continue to do so up until the drop dead date of 1/1, I would assure you that we've been wasting the students' time teaching them a skill that we don't allow them to do for 4.5 years. So sleep well tonight and move on. Just a suggestion.
I don't know if I'm allowed to second a suggestion, but I would say his suggestion. And if anybody would like, the Bureau would be happy to reach out to each of the course sponsors who are teaching the AEMT class. I will even reach out to the 10 of them because I think I'll save about an hour of this meeting and speak to them so that their students know this is a skill they're being taught, but that is shortly after not a skill that they will be able to perform.
Okay, unfortunately, we do have a motion on the floor that's been seconded, I believe. So either we need to, I guess we need to vote on it, we can't remove it. So let's do, we might as well just do yeah, could you restate the motion? And then it'll be a roll call vote.
Really? Unless you want to remove it. Is there a way to remove? Well, we've got to. Yeah. All right. So the motion restated is to remove the requirement for AEMT students to learn endotracheal intubation skills for any student testing after December 1st, 2022, to comport with the national AEMT curriculum as decided by the SEMAC.
Okay, Val, if we can have a roll call vote on this, please.
Okay, Dr. Alexandro is not here. Okay. Dr. Berkowitz. Dr. Bombard. Is Tiffany going? Okay. Dr. Cooper. Dr. Cushman. He's speechless. Dr. Daly.
Okay.
Dr. Doynow? Yes. Who came back in? Dr. Bombard?
Abstain.
Abstain. Did Dr. Cooper come back in? Dr. Cooper? Oh, he already did. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dr. Kugler? Dr. Markowitz? Dr. Marshall? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Olson?
No.
Dr. Piggott?
Sounds good to me.
Dr. Talbot? And Dr. Walters?
Yes.
Motion adjourned?
Okay, well, that motion passes, and motion to adjourn by,
I do it, just real quickly, I didn't have enough caffeine with the accelerated schedule today. So the suspension from our REMAC was submitted and it was appealed to this body. What was the disposition from this body, just to clarify?
it's been stayed for the moment pending a review by the Department of Health, and eventually the body.
All right, so it'll be back to this body, I guess, at some point then.
Hopefully next meeting.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to keep you.
Okay, see everybody in December.
Just about ready to get this meeting started. If I could get everyone to take their seats, please. Okay, once again, if I could ask everyone to take their seats, please, we can get started. Therapy dog? Good point. All right, good afternoon. This is the September 22nd meeting of the New York State Emergency Medical Services Council. We'll begin as soon as everyone gets seated. We can ask the gallery to take their seats as well. I think we're almost 100%. We're just waiting for Director Greenberg. I thought about that. Yeah. However many are they? Like 9? But they're all the med standards ones, right? Yeah. 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 I don't think so. It's basically a reaffirmation of the previous vote. I think we're fine. I wouldn't bring it up. I don't need the embarrassment. All right, are we ready in the white table in the end here? Stenographers, good? Okay, very well. Ms. Osga, are we ready?
Actually, it's going to be Miss Allen.
Ms. Allen, are we ready? Okay. Very well. It's now 2:04 p.m. On September 22nd. I'm going to call this meeting of the New York State EMS Council to order. If you'd all please rise, face the flag, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please take your seats. Ms. Allen, if we could call the roll, please.
Dr. Alexandro. Here. Allison Burke. Stephen Cady. Present. Dr. Krupe. Here. Mark Devers. Here. Donald Duvall.
Here.
Michelle Fornes. Here. Carl Gandolfo. Gregory Gill. Here. Jason Haig.
Here.
Teresa Hamilton. Donald Hudson.
Here.
Steve Kroll.
Present.
Andrew Knoll.
Here.
Jared Cutzen.
Here.
Alan Lewis. William Masterton. Michael McAvoy.
He is excused.
Thomas Pasquarelli. Mark Philippi.
Present.
Mary Ann Portoro. Dr. Raybridge.
Also excused.
Dr. Redlener.
Present.
David Simmons.
Present.
Carla Simpson. Christopher Smith.
I'm here.
Jeffrey Van Beveren. David Violante.
Here?
That's it. We have quorum.
Okay, very well. We have quorum. Thank you. First, in order of business, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the transcript from our July 2022 meeting.
Mr. Chair, Jason Haig, make a motion to accept the transcript from the July 2022 meeting.
Mr. Haig makes the motion. Thank you. Do I have a second? Second by Teresa Hamilton. Any discussion? I have two items. One, I want to thank the transcriptionists for their outstanding work, and the application that was used for this is just outstanding. I was pretty much blown away reading through this. It almost reads like verbatim. There were a couple of items that I did pick out, and I just want to bring those out right now. Ms. Ozga's name is misspelled. It should be OZGA in the page 25-26 range, I believe. Most of it is correct, but there's just a couple of spots where it was incorrect. There was also a refer to vital science. It should be vital signs, SIGNS, in that same page range. And immediately following that, there is a mention of the Royal Task Force. It should be the rural, RURAL. Although I'm sure there are some.
There might be a
royalties
Royal
involved.
Task Force
That
now,
is
though,
there.
going on this
It
week.
may be. Other than those changes, is there any other changes, additions, or amendments? Very well. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Well, very well. The transcript is accepted.
Could you touch on that for 1 second? On
Yes,
what you
absolutely.
just said?
Dr. Greenberg?
I would like to say the same thing. Thank you to our transcriptionists. The amount of work that goes into it and the pages and the back and forth. So I would actually just like to give a round of applause to them for the unsung work that they do every day. How they keep up with all our moving parts, God bless.
Well said. Well said. All right, that having been said, is there any correspondence, Ms. Osgood and Ms. Allen? No correspondence. Very well. Moving on to the chair report. First of all, before we go too much further, I do want to remind everyone, for the benefit of our fine transcription team, when you do speak, especially for the very first time, please identify yourself, as we have so far this afternoon, and we'll try and make sure that they keep up with us as best as possible. Director Greenberg?
So just situational awareness, there was one correspondence that did come in, which was an appeal letter. It is going to DLA. They are just looking at it, and it should come forward. It just came in last week. Most likely that will come forward at the next meeting in December, but if you hear anything on that one.
Thank you. And to that point, and I know this probably will be mentioned later on, but I do want to put my pitch in right now. The December meeting, I kind of said this in July about this meeting. The December meeting is going to be packed. So please, we really make sure that we have a quorum. We need to make sure that we are all here. And we did a great job today. I mean, this is a really fantastic showing. But there's a lot of stuff going on at the December meeting. Systems is going to be very, very busy. And Mr. Devers, thank you, and God bless you. It's going to be a lot of business to attend to in December. So please make sure that we're here. I'll make mention of it now, December 6th and 7th here at the Hilton Garden in Troy. So 6th and 7th, make your plans now. Having said that, moving on with my report, the bylaws technical advisory group continued to have some work. We have sent our most recent draft to Director Greenberg. It is going through some discussion, and we will be meeting with Director Greenberg and the TAG members and someone from the Division of Legal Affairs to make sure that we have covered all of our legal bases. Our hope is then to have a first reading of that at the December meeting. As Dr. Langston, our parliamentarian, has told us, we were going to read that 3 times before we can adopt it. So that will proceed beyond my seating as chair here and hopefully on to the next chair to see through. But I'm pleased to see that has come to fruition. The EMS Memorial, I want to thank the Bureau staff, in particular Ms. Ozga, for working miracles on late night Monday and into Tuesday to get the EMS Memorial out of the rain and inside. I think it went very well. I was very pleased with the showing of folks there, and thank you all that did come out on Tuesday. It was very much appreciated. I think it was a very moving ceremony, and it was very appropriate the way that it was done. The Bureau staff did an outstanding job with the pomp and circumstance involved, and it was very again, it was very moving, and it was appreciated by the family members. I had a colleague that we put up on the wall. This is the second of my colleagues that I've put up on the wall, and it was definitely something to be seen. So again, thank you. Thank you to the folks at the General Services for getting that stuff set up as well, and OGS and making sure that the wall is continued. Director, is there going to be a update on the wall in your report today? Okay, thank you. Just I know that the members are probably interested in what's going on with that construction project. But we had a promise at the July meeting that we would come up with a permanent plan for our meeting schedule. I'm afraid to say that after exec today, what we cannot do is we cannot set a specific date in perpetuity, but I believe we have come to an agreement on a time frame. So going forward, our plan at this point is for meetings to be 4 times a year. The first meeting of the year will be late February, early March, and we need to work around the availability of hotel space. And unfortunately, because of some limitations in the processes, not the least of which might trigger additional administrative burden to try and work beyond a 6-month period, we need to do this in 6-month increments. So the first meeting will be set late in February, early March. The next one will be late May, early June. The third will be late September, early October. And the final will be in December. That will be the cadence moving forward. Again, we want to be mindful of a number of different things, including holidays and physician and other events, because I know we were always trying to work around things like NAMSP and ASEP and so on, but we also work around our own activities, such as vital signs, which brings me to vital signs. So the Vital Signs Conference coming up 26th through the 30th of October. The registration is open, but the hotel accommodations are closing next week, the end of next week, so please get your registration and reservations in promptly. There are lots of spaces open. We have made efforts, and with the Bureau's help, and Director Greenberg certainly and his team have put together a fantastic a fantastic array of programs and tracks that he'll speak of a little bit more in his report. But I want to point out one in particular, and that's the leadership training. So we've asked for leadership and supervisory training for years. This is an opportunity to send your line supervisors and your mid-level operations staff to a very good 2-day certification program. And this is an opportunity that we need to take advantage of where we can. And I know staffing is tight all over. I'm certainly well aware of that in my own shop, but I also want to make the effort that if we can, and we can spare the folks to send, it's well worth the opportunity that's there. And of course, we'll be doing our state awards on Saturday that week. Do have a change in our executive team. Mr. Steve Cady, who will be reporting out today as the chair of the safety committee, has asked to step down from that position. I want to thank Steve for his efforts and on behalf of the council and for safety. He will be remaining as a member of the committee and certainly as a member of council. However, he's asked to step away from that the chair position. In his stead, I have asked Mr. Andrew Knoll to take over that position, and Mr. Knoll has agreed. So thank you, Andrew, and we'll get that started up in December. And then finally, from my report, I'd like to just echo comments that have been made already yesterday during training and education, and then today again during SEMAC, to thank Deputy Chief Jean Taylor for her years of service. I don't know if Jean is in the room. Oh, there she is.
She's hiding in a different corner this time.
She's moving around the room. She's keeping us on our toes. That's good. Jean, thank you on behalf of the entire council. But I think I could probably speak for the entire state EMS system when I say thank you. More than, I don't want to say how many years because it's been repeated too many times. A lot of years that you've put in, that you've put into serving our community and to serving the citizens of the state of New York. And for that, I want to thank you and wish you the best on your retirement and your future endeavors. Thank you. We have the command to sit down. All right. That's all I have for my report. The Vice Chair, or Dr. McAvoy, rather, is excused for the meeting today. He's out of town on other business. So I'll move on to the second Vice Chair, Mr. Haig.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. No real business report from the second Vice Chair. However, with this being our first meeting prior to our last meeting prior to the December meeting, it is time to form a nominations committee for elections that will take place at the December meeting. At this point, I would like anybody who is willing to assist on the nomination committee to let me know, raise your hand, or get a hold of me offline. I already know Mr. Kroll, who just mistakenly made eye contact with me, has volunteered to be on the nominations committee. And at this time, I believe, Mr. Chairman, if I'm correct, that nominations are open from the floor.
That is correct.
Until we close them at the December SEMSCO meeting prior to elections. So nominations for executive staff of the SEMSCO are open to the floor for the positions of chair, vice chair, and second vice chair.
Mr. Haig. In absentia, I nominate Mr. Mike McAvoy for the position of chair of the SEMSCO.
Is that what happens when you don't show up to a meeting?
I'll second that.
All right, and nominations will be open from the floor for the rest of today's meeting and on the meeting in December until we close the nominations formally from the floor. Any other nominations, please feel free to reach out to myself, Mr. Kroll, or whoever else him and I can wrangle into being on the nominating committee. Thank you. End of my report.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Haig. Anyone have anything for Mr. Haig? All right. Very well. Moving on. EMS staff report. Director Greenberg.
Thank you very much. I'll try and go quicker this time since most of you heard it the last time. Maybe not at home. Happy to, again, not report about COVID things and to be moving on from there. So operations in Marrow, they are back in full swing for full service inspections, investigations move forward, as well as renewal packets are being moved through and processed. In the Western region, same thing, as well as Central and Capital, full service inspections have started again, as well as you're starting to see us out there doing spot inspections. Just a reminder for everybody around the state, when we do a spot inspection or a full service inspection, those get emailed to the agency leadership at the end of the inspection. However, they will only get emailed to the person who we have on record. So if you've changed 2 or 3 times and haven't updated our systems, someone in the past will get it, probably hit delete. So if you are trying to figure out why you're not getting that, or if you didn't get that, please make sure within our systems and speak to your regional chief and they'll be able to help you with that. So from the Western region, again, full service inspections have started. They're working on a number of MuniCons. Just an interesting tidbit in the MuniCon world, in the world of counties and what we're seeing around the state. When I started here, we had about 12 counties that had MuniCons for all different models. Now, I think by the end of this year, we'll be about double of that. We'll probably have about 20 to 24 counties having a MuniCon. Like I said, many of them not operating their own, starting for different reasons, trying to add some stability or sustainability to things, but definitely an interesting insight piece. We have a new district chief who will be starting out in the Western region. We'll announce that one in December, but she'll start the first week in October. District Chief Donald Trepaz is actually back after a prolonged period of time on military leave. Happy to have him back in the Western region. And just a reminder, again, statewide, as you're dealing with your controlled substances, that those applications make it into our regional offices at least 30 days prior to their due date. Investigations is progressing along, as well as a new staff member starting there. In our administration side of the house, we have a number of things that are finishing up, about 50 or so. COVID invoices are processing through. Our program agency contracts are processing through. Our SEMSCO contracts are pretty much, for the most part, done and starting to get signed. I'm staring at Teresa to see if I get a nod. Yes? Half. All right, awesome. So half of those are on the way and moving along. I will say, again, to this entire crowd, because I've also had some interesting conversations with program agencies as well as SEMSCO chairs, where they say, well, we haven't been paid in a year. Something's wrong if you haven't been paid in a year, and please flag that and bring that to us. So, we're fairly up to date on invoicing and processing. However, once we get past a certain point, we don't see it anymore. So if you don't flag it for us to see it and to say, hey, I haven't gotten paid even though, this went into the system however long ago, then it's important for you to come back to us and just, keep us situationally aware. We can take a look into it. I'm not sure how Susie does it, but she has like magic eyes into certain systems that she can see like all sorts of movement. So she'll be offering a class on SFS after this on Grants Gateway. But no, in all honesty, we want everybody to get paid. And it's actually really important for the Bureau that you get paid and that you get paid on time, because it comes out of a fund that the allocations are there in the given fiscal year. So if you get backed up or don't get paid, it actually backs up and messes up everything else. So please, we're happy to work with you. We want to make sure you get paid in a timely manner. On the education front, core sponsors are renewing and their final letters are going out. About half the agencies will get a short form, the others will get a long form. New regional faculty member training will be going up onto the LMS, as well as we are also working on getting half of the certified lab instructor course up online. The other half will be done by locally at your course sponsorship, so please keep that one in mind. That one will be coming out probably hopefully by the December meeting. I'm looking in the corner, not sure. Drew's giving a kind of nod, maybe. And then the roles for Drew and John, as Gene is leaving, each of them are taking on a couple more different roles that Gene's doing. We're going to list that on the website, so if you're trying to figure out who do you contact for what issue, they'll be listed there. Please feel free to reference that one. In the world of data, biospatial, moving forward, I think most of you heard me introduce Alex Jr. We have Alex Sr., who became a district chief. Alex Jr., we have Alex Jr. over here, who's doing biospatial. Biospatial is the bioanalytic platform that we brought online over the course of the last year. Now we're in step 2, where we're going to start rolling it out to outside agencies. In addition, on that team, we have Alex III, because we only hire Alexes in the data and informatics. That's Alex waving over there, Alex III waving. He is our new fellow. So there are the health policy. He is a health data and informatics fellow out of our new fellows that are starting in all different areas around the state. We also have a policy fellow who will be starting hopefully by the next meeting as well. Staff changes, we spoke about that one already. All right, EMSC. So we are re-upping our EMSC grant application. In addition, for vital signs, we have a pediatric pre-con that is hands-on, because again, people are asking for more hands-on things. So there's an excellent, very hands-on pre-conference vital signs session. So please feel free to take a look into that one. They're also working with the STAC and a number of different other councils to work on the emergency department PEC programs. So you guys mainly know your EMS PEC programs. Now there's an emergency department PEC program. So you'll hear more about that one in the next couple of months. And they are also continuing down the process on hiring an EMSC data aide. Now, I know you're hearing a lot of different positions being hired in the Bureau. Yes, we're doing well at trying to get some more staff on and help with different things. We're trying not to lose staff as quick as we get staff due to retirements and things that are really wonderful for all our staff. But we have a number of retirements in the past 9 months. So far, we're maintaining. We're able to stay even. The substance use disorder and mental health course is in full swing. That's traveling around the state. Jenny is our lead instructor for that one. It is an 8-hour class, fully free. It is also going to be taught in 2 4-hour components, and it also has an online class that will be taught as well. So please, if you haven't had that class in your region, if you have interest in it, great class, and we'd love to host it in your region completely free. She'll travel out to you. Please reach out to her. If you don't have her contact information, Val or Amy would be happy to connect that one. In the world of trauma, we've got some regulatory updates that will be coming forth in the next year or so in order to align with the new standards that have come out. The next STAC meeting is October 12th. Matt Banks has been nominated by the STAC to be the next chair for that council. That is pending commissioner appointment or approval and appointment. For the Vital Signs Conference coming up in the end of October. Please make sure to register. And please, if you have thoughts, comments, concerns, share them. A lot of great pre-con stuff, a lot of different things going on. The awards just got finished last week. We would love to see you all there. And please register. I'll just leave it at that. The memorial. Great job to everybody who did that yesterday, but a giant shout out to Val Osga for helping that one, as well as I apologize here on public record for, I think, partially a nervous breakdown the night before where we turned and said, okay, we need to move everything inside, like 12 hours ahead of time. And she pulled off miracles to make that happen with OGS, so big shout out to OGS. Council operations, next meeting's December 6th and 7th. A lot of great feedback today, so thank you again. If you ever wonder when you come up here, does anything happen? By the pages of notes and flags and task orders that I have to come away with, the only one who has more work to do, I think, is Dave Violante, who gets volunteered for everything. So thank you for that one. The next meeting will be here. As far as 2023, we will have the dates for the first 2 meetings of 2023, most likely definitely by the next meeting, but possibly even within the next few weeks. As soon as we have it, we will let you know. Then it will be a little bit, and we will let you know about the end of the year. From the director's office, digital cards are live. You no longer have to submit for a new card. You can just go online and get your own EMT card. It is a process, though. So I apologize about that one. Once it's live and up and going and you've kind of gotten through that first step within your agency, then it becomes a lot easier. There is no requirement to go online. There's no requirement to take your agency, on the HCS and to have everybody tied to it. However, if you don't, they won't be able to get their digital card. So an individual on their own on the health commerce system cannot get their card. They have to be affiliated with an organization. Sustainability tag, Chief Bandotti will be talking about that one shortly, but working excellent and going really well. Surge and flex operations are still in effect. Regulations are in the process. This is going to be a process. It's going to take a bit. Now that we are this far into it, we're recognizing kind of all the steps and things that need to happen. Realistically, I think we're looking at a solid 6 to 12 months, depending on how things progress along, how long open comment periods stay, do we have to redo things and then send it back again, just realistic timeframes, but you will see movement. The EOs, EO 11 was discontinued. That's one related strictly to COVID. EO 4.11 is the staffing crisis one. That one still continues. That's the one that allows a lot of the EMS ones. So EO 11 discontinuing really didn't affect EMS that much. If EO 4 gets discontinued, that will affect EMS in a number of different areas. Rural Health Task Force moving forward, and it's really exciting to see the timing too, but when they'll start, probably Chief Bandotti's paper hopefully will be out somewhere in a similar time period, so they'll be able to continue on and bring some more great things forward. The EMT pilot program from last year, we didn't think we were going to do this year, and we met at Training and Ed, and they asked for it to happen again. So Aidan O'Connor actually volunteered to do all the paperwork. He's just going to come in and volunteer his time with the Bureau to handle all the back paperwork. And we are going to try and have that program here again. It's a lot of work on our side, so please be patient with us and understand, yes, it's a great program, but it's a lot of work on our side as well as the course sponsor. So it's not as easy as, kind of our normal coursework, but we are looking forward to getting that out there. Update on the memorial wall. So just for this entire group, I want to thank all those, and particularly Terry Hamilton and the entire group who came together to work on what will the future of the wall look like. So the wall is essentially growing wings. Unfortunately, we won't just be able to put other pieces on next to it. We'll actually have to take the current stone that's there down and put up a brand new piece of stone, which will be longer and kind of have wings. The tree that's in the middle will look the same. And Jason Haig, I believe, was the one on the committee who really came up with the concept of, well, what happens when the tree fills up? So the tree will fill up. When the tree fills up, like the seasons that we have, the leaves will fall, so they'll come off, and then they will start to fill up again with the next honorees. So one honoree may be on there for 5 years if it takes that long for the tree to fill. One honoree may be on there for 10 years, depending on how long it takes to fall. Regardless, their names, everybody, even when their star goes on the wall, will be engraved on the wall next to it. And that will give the opportunity for the family members to come and do something that State Fire has been doing on their memorial, which is to, I forget what it's called. Yes, etching, thank you, of their name. And so any family member will be able to come and do an etching of their name that's up there. We're really excited about it. We just got some drawings, so I will get those into December 1 as well. Like everything else, supply chain's a problem. Literally, we couldn't get rock. So that is part of the reason why this memorial hasn't been updated for this one that just happened. So we are hopeful that rock will be available in the next couple of months, and we'll be able to update the tree for the next memorial. But again, giant shout out to Carl and everyone, and Haig and Terry and everyone who was on the committee who helped design what the future of that memorial will look like. We are also adding, Al Lewis, thank you very much. I'm leaving people out. I know we're leaving 2 out, but the other thing, we are adding a kiosk. That won't go in when the stone goes in. It's most likely about 6 to 12 months after, but the kiosk will be in front of the memorial to the side, and will be a touch screen to be able to show all those who are up on the wall and give a little bio, give what happened, the agency they're a part of. So really excited about that one too, about it not just being a star, but if someone wants to go and read about that individual, that they'll be able to see that all there. And you already did the gene piece, so that part's done. And I have one thing under new business, but I will wait for that. Thank you so much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Director. Anyone have any questions for Director Greenberg? All right, Dr. Doino and SEMAC.
Okay, we'll start with the seconded motions that were brought forward from Med Standards. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Marshall.
Thank you and good afternoon. And as we did in SEMAC, what we'd like to do is go through all the motions, there are 9 of them, and then have one roll call vote at the end. After each motion, there will be an opportunity to comment, okay? Otherwise, we'll be here until tomorrow.
So the screen fell asleep, or the projector fell asleep, so we're trying to get that up so we can put the motions up on the screen.
Okay. I can start. So the first motion coming forward is to approve the New York City Regional General Pain Management Protocol. And what this did was combined adult and pediatrics into one single protocol. It corrected the dose of ketorolac to 15 milligrams IV or IM, and it added IV acetaminophen, 15 milligrams per kilogram with a maximum dose of 1,000 milligrams. Are there any questions on that motion? Seeing none. The second forwarded motion is to approve the New York City Procedural Sedation Protocol. The changes here confirm and clarify that an advanced airway includes intubation and supraglottic airway. And it added continuous waveform capnography with one exception, and that exception is when supraglottic airway is used and there are insufficient resources. So at an MCI, they would not have the resources to do waveform capnography. Fentanyl was added for patients who already have an advanced airway in place. And under key points, they just clarified and removed etomidate and ketamine as preferred medications. Are there any questions on that? No. The next seconded motion is approval of the New York City Regional NYPD ESU protocols. These are protocols that are used only by the police department ESU under the direction of a NYPD medical director who is REMAC certified. It covers direct threat care in the hot zone, indirect care in the warm zone, and specific topics include major bleeding, IV access, fluid resuscitation, sedation, airway management, and pain management. Are there any questions on that? Rock and roll. Seeing no questions, the fourth one is the second motion to approve the New York City Regional Dysrhythmia Protocol. And the only substantive change in this protocol was to add vagal maneuvers for patients with stable SVT. Otherwise, it didn't change. Any questions on that? Awesome. Seeing none. The next motion is to approve in the adult RSI protocol for the collaborative. It requires a GCS of less than or equal to 8. Understanding orders, and the motion is to remove the requirement for a GCS of less than or equal to 8 to not delay patient care. Any questions on that protocol? Okay. Getting scared. Next motion is to approve adoption of the American College of Surgeons trauma triage guidelines for 2023 for New York State, effective 1/1/23. And this, we've always recommended that anyway, and without changes. Any questions on that? Trauma triage guidelines? Great. The next one is a recommendation to approve bringing the New York State Advanced EMT protocols in line with the National EMS Education Standards, effective 1/1/23, and I think Dr. Doynow has another motion related to that. This includes removal of endotracheal intubation only from the New York State AEMT protocols, including removal of the skills and the training requirement.
You want to bring the other one in?
Yeah, we can bring the other one in now. Yeah. So we can do it.
So there was another motion, second motion as well, which was to remove testing of any student, AEM2 student, who is going to complete the course after 12/1/22. So they were not being tested on a subject that they were not going to be able to use in a month later.
Any questions on that? Okay. The next motion is, so the collaborative provided changes to the collaborative protocols, and one of the major one was to eliminate the excited delirium protocol, and then there were some additions to the child and adolescent behavioral emergency protocols. And that was accepted as one document. That comes forwarded. Any questions on that? Ooh, awesome. Okay. We have one more. Seconded motion to approve the addition of tranexamic acid, or TXA, and oxymetazoline, which is Afrin, 0.05% to the New York State EMS formulary. Both of those medications are in the collaborative protocols, TXA for hemorrhagic hemorrhage, and the oxymetazoline for epistaxis. And I present those as one body of protocol changes for your decision.
So Mark, we'll need a vote on all those.
Sorry, I got momentarily distracted. So there are 9 motions and 10 motions in that group. They have been both through the Med Standards and CMAC review. I would say almost all of us sitting at the table have seen and been part of that or heard that discussion. Having had no discussion in the meantime, I'd like to move forward with a roll call vote on all 10 motions. Are there any objections to that? Speak now. Very well. Ms. Allen, would you call the roll, please?
Dr. Alexandro,
Yes.
Stephen Katie,
Steve Katie, yes.
Dr. Krupe,
Yes.
Mark Devers,
Yes.
Donald Duval,
Yes.
Michelle Fornes,
Yes.
Carl Gandolfo,
Carl Gandolfo, yes.
Gregory Gill,
Greg Gill, yes.
Jason Haig,
Jason Haig, yes.
Teresa Hamilton,
Teresa Hamilton, yes.
Donald Hudson,
Donald Hudson, yes.
Steve Kroll,
Steve Kroll, yes.
Andrew Knoll,
Andrew Knoll, yes.
Jared Cutson,
Jared Cutson, yes.
Alan Lewis,
Al Lewis, yes.
William Masterton,
William Maston, yes.
Mark Philippi,
Mark Philippi, yes.
Dr. Redlener,
Michael Redlener, yes.
David Simmons,
David Simmons, yes.
Carla Simpson,
Carla Simpson, yes.
Christopher Smith,
Chris Smith, yes.
and David Violante.
David Violante, yes.
Okay, this passes.
Very well. All the 10 motions pass. Doctors, thank you very much. Dr. Doynell, any other CMAC matters?
I'll try and be brief, as most everyone was here for that meeting. I do want to thank Deputy Commissioner Dr. Marley for attending the meeting, and he will actually be bringing our concerns up to the commissioner. So, good news: the state has accepted our decision to have a state EMS medical director. A committee came together with what we thought the EMS medical director should be. That was sent to the health department. They have now sent a job description off to civil service to come up with the actual job description and to create the position. We expect that something will happen in the near future, at least sometime between now and 2023, maybe 24. But hopefully it will occur. It'll be quick for the state. EMS hospital wait times and diversions were discussed, we're working on that to try and resolve some of those issues. IV fluid and drug shortages were also discussed in 1304 policy. We'll look at updating that policy. Hospital blood transport, helicopter blood transport and transfusion, awaiting the health department to come back with regs that we can vote on as per the legislative request. I think that's basically it.
May I touch on one thing that you spoke about?
Absolutely.
So the state EMS medical director, so thank you to everybody who's helped from the SEMAC in just kind of some key components in putting into a job description. So there was a meeting that was held with the Commissioner of Health, as well as Chairman Philippi and Dr. Donal, and it was determined or asked really to help us with bureau operations and council operations for state EMS medical director. So we've been working on that one. The CMAC has helped us in, kind of some key components that I think would make for a good state EMS medical director. That has been gathered. We're now working with civil service on what job title it technically would be within civil service, how the prereqs work, the preferred quals, all those fun things that happen in the civil service process. It is a new position to the department, so that requires a little bit more effort in order to have that first time, opposed to, if this position ends up vacant in the future and have to, refill it. So as we work towards that, realistically, we're probably looking at a 12 to 18-month time period before it would actually get filled, but we're excited to see the progress that it has and to see it move forward. It will be a part-time position, so it will most likely be 20 to 24 hours a week, and it will be working on, a number of different things, everything from assisting different, protocol reviews and some of the things that the state council has, worked out, and as well as, another aid to these councils to help with anything that comes up from projects or research and some of the data work that we're working on. Any questions on that side? Awesome. And I think the other big component that we hope is that it will be a subject matter expert to agencies and to regions that either have a new medical director or have, trying to further educate their medical directors. I know I took an excellent class with Maya this past week and the New York chapter of ASEP and on, medical direction. Found it very interesting that half the class was not medical directors, half the class was medical directors, the other half was quality officers and EMS leadership and things like that on, what's the role of a medical director, what do you do, things like that. So if you have an opportunity to take it, it was online, but excellent class. Thanks.
Okay, anything else, Dr. Doyle?
No, that's the end of the report.
All right. Dr. Marshall, since we're on this, do you have anything else for med standards before we proceed forward?
Thanks. Just a couple of things that I want to bring to your attention that was discussed. One was the issue of EMS telehealth and the recognition that healthcare in the pre-hospital setting is changing so rapidly that there might be opportunities within your regions for telehealth in the pre-hospital setting. And what is the role of the regions and what is the role of the state in monitoring the quality activity of those organizations? So those discussions will continue. We had a request from Stat Medevac, which is an air ambulance company, to waive staffing standard that we have. And after some discussion, we didn't do anything with it, and we realized that there are lots of air ambulance services that are in New York State that operate out of other states surrounding New York, including like New Hampshire, Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And how are their standards, how are we going to control the standard of care within New York State? So those will also continue. We also discussed protocol implementation. As you all know, in the past, changing protocols at every meeting created quite confusion in the field for the providers in terms of which protocols they should be following. So a few years ago, this body and SEMAC implemented an annual implementation of protocols, and so we're going to reaffirm that and move forward with that as a process in the state. So thank you. That's the end.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. I'm going to change up the agenda just a little bit. First, does anyone have any questions for Dr. Marshall on med standards? Okay. Mr. Lewis had asked to go a little bit higher in the order here. So he's, I think, trying to make a quick trip out here. So, Mr. Lewis, for legislative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to move up the agenda. As you know, the Legislative Committee met yesterday. One of the things that needs to come before this body to act upon, let me share it with you. The New York State 2022 executive budget included Part F, language which regarded serious changes to the way we as REMSCO, SEMAC, and SEMSCO function under Article 30 of the Public Health Law. Part F, while pulled from the 2022 state budget, Chairman Philippi charged the EMS Systems Committee with a review of Part F and recommended languages that may benefit statewide EMS. Once EMS Systems reviewed and approved Part F, a motion from Systems recommended the Legislative Committee review that language and suggest modifications as necessary. The Legislative Committee has completed our work. As of yesterday, the committee approved the Part F modifications and additionally approved that document be sent to SEMSCO for further action. I'd like to make a motion, if I could. I don't know if that motion's on the up front or not. I'd like to make a motion that the Legislative Committee approve the Part F modifications and additionally approve that document be sent to SEMSCO for further action. I'd like to make a motion, if I could. I don't know if that motion's on the up front or not. I'd like to make a motion that the Legislative Committee approve the Part F modifications and additionally approve that document be sent to SEMSCO for further action. I'd like to make a motion I couldn't read it if I wanted to. The seconded motion from legislative that SEMSCO formally accept the former Part F updated document by both EMS systems and legislative for further action.
All right. First, let me thank both Mr. Devers and Mr. Lewis and both the assembled teams of the systems and legislative committees, as well as those who assisted them in the review. I know this was a topic of considerable discussion at our July meeting. I'm pleased to see that we had the opportunity to get some input and still were able to put forward a draft document in time for the Bureau to have that information available for the call from the state. Now this puts this information forward for this body to reaffirm, and I want to be very clear as we discuss this, if there is further discussion, that this is not an end point. This is a beginning, and was something that I know that was very concerning to a lot of our members, including Mr. Masterton and Mr. Hudson, that we have the opportunity to continue to contribute to this and to the development of our system. So these recommendations would be pushed forward to the Bureau staff, to the Department of Health, upper echelons, and when asked where do we stand as an EMS community on these matters, specifically with respect to Article 30, we have an opportunity to have those opinions in writing. But certainly as those things move forward and as other public documents become known to us, we'll then have an opportunity to opine even further on those as well. This is a start. So again, I want to thank Mr. Lewis, Mr. Devers, the systems and legislative committees. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, Don Hudson. Just for everyone's reference, this is posted on Boardable, SEMSCO Part F Proposed Revisions, Article 30, 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is still listed as a draft.
As we guaranteed transparency, I just wanted to make sure everyone had it. Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Kroll?
I just want to mention that a lot of work went into this, and it's really well timed because the governor's office should be starting in the next month or two to begin working on their recommendations for next year's budget. So if we submit this to the commissioner for consideration, it's the right time for it to be done. The other thing we talked about yesterday at legislative is there are a number of legislative bills that were in the last session that talk about recommendations similar to this. Those bills will all have to be reintroduced, and so the product of this work gives us a basis for working with our legislators and saying, hey, if you were interested in how Part 800 should be changed, or Article 32 should be changed, rather, here's good language. So I think good work to everybody.
William Michael Maston, thank you for the work on this. I think when it started out, apprehension, did a lot of work and agree with it. I would just hope every meeting I come to, we find out there's something in Article 30 that we can't do that we've done for 30 years. I hope that we don't stop this progress and wordsmithing the things that we've done, that are good, and codify them and continue to do such.
Thank you. And Mr. Masterton, to that point, and I don't want to steal Mr. Devers' thunder, but I'll steal just a tiny bit of it. I know that one of the things that group, the systems group, has been charged with is further developing our approach to Article 30, in particular 3008 and some other areas that are of very much interest to us as a body. So that will continue. I encourage everyone who is interested to participate in those discussions when systems meets. I know that a lot of people like being on the systems committee. I've had to tell a couple people no, unfortunately, because we need to maintain a balance between council members and general public on those committees, but it doesn't mean you can't participate in the discussion. So thank you. Okay. If there's no other discussion, I don't believe this requires a roll call vote. It's just moving up the documentation. So that being said, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Very well. The motion passes. The draft is now accepted in full body. And Director Greenberg?
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Our committee appreciates it.
I just want to say thank you to Al and your entire committee and Mark. But I know when this ask came up in the middle of the summer, it was one of those situations where it's like, it's the middle of the summer. We can't do something in that timeline. And they did and exceeded. So thank you for that one, for the review of last year's Part F. It is, having this body review things that have come out in the past and say, if we were to tweak this, it'd be great and it would solve even, more problems or things like that, allows us to go back to those when we're asked, well, what was liked by the community, what wasn't liked, what would work, what would create a different obstacle that we weren't thinking of. So this feedback will be brought up to the commissioner's office. I know the deputy commissioner who was able to attend SEMSCO last meeting, and he joined us for SEMAC this meeting, has already asked for kind of additional feedback on what he can do to help progress things. There are a number of different things that happen over time, including departmentals and different initiatives, throughout processes. So just want to say, again, thank you. The other part that was exciting too, and just all the work that goes into it, is even just looking at what that looked like and what it looked like after the committee. It really, like your recommendations are critical, but the great part is that there wasn't giant, gaps or giant leaps into something tremendously different. And so to see that amongst so many different models, within our EMS profession was, very exciting to see as well. I'll touch on Mike's part just for a second, which is yes. Day to day, we find different things that either are different than the way we've done it for a long period of time, are changing, fill in the blank, whatever we want to call it. Believe it or not, that makes our job more difficult in the Bureau as well. And we don't like coming back all the time saying, well, this is different. That being said, good, bad, or indifferent, we're also up for the challenge to help work through it, to change things, to adapt. There are things that we can change, regulation. There's things that we can't change, legislation. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I think there's a lot of positive movement. I think the EMS sustainability tag will help with that. I think the Rural Health Task Force will help with that. And, in specific, the Rural Health Task Force, because they are a task force of the legislation. So their recommendations, although will also be seen by the Department of Health, will also be seen, by electeds, for them to further understand what's going on in our system, how do we fix it, what do we do going forward. So a lot of good progress. I encourage you, though, not only in the review of that document, but the review of Article 30 and looking to see what should change, what should modernize. Reality is, this was made in the 1970s. It was made in a different time, and we need to look at things a little bit different. And so even if this body can't change something, you can't change it, your ability to evaluate and say, this is really outdated, this is kind of outdated, this is perfect, leave it alone, and to offer that opportunity to whoever asks could be really beneficial. And so as Mark says, sometimes, that Al's committee isn't the most seated, doesn't always have the most participants in it. It can have, some of the biggest impacts. And so I think, we really just need to look at literally section by section of Article 30 and say, this is really good, this is okay, this can get better. We may never be able to change it, but at least then we've identified it. And so that says a lot, when asked.
Thank you, Director. And I think, you have a harder job. I think we should work on that right away. I mean, the regional councils play a role, the Bureau plays a role, and the state councils play a role. We've already identified a whole bucket list that we need to do. Let's get started, with everybody's help on getting those done.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I would like to finish this by sharing who all participated.
Please.
These people worked very hard. Jeff Call, Mark Devers, Jason Haig, Tom Coyle, Marie Diglio, Ann Smith, David Simmons, David Glass, and Steve Kroll. Thank you all, guys, for helping, ladies, for helping out.
And I think, well, I do think there was one name that you may have forgotten, Brian Browner.
Did I put him? Yes, Brian Browner was very instrumental in helping too, from Western New York. And of course, Mr. Philippi was on that committee also.
Not looking for me, but thank you. All right, Mr. Lewis, anything else from legislative?
Thank you for letting me go sooner on the agenda. Appreciate it.
All right. If there's nothing else, Director?
As soon as he leaves, we can assign him the next task, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
excellent.
already in the, it's already in the chute. Yeah, all right. All right, anyone have anything for Al and the Legislative Committee? All right. Moving on then, the Executive Committee met this morning. We don't have much to report on that I haven't already mentioned, but just as a change in process, we're going to go back to something that he had done years ago and have a executive pre-meeting prior to the council so we can kind of strategize things a little bit. We want to work a little bit on the agenda, just make sure that we're rationalizing the times, because obviously we know there are certain committees that tend to run over their allotted time. So we're going to be working with Ms. Allen and Ms. Oska to make that change in the near future. I also need feedback from you folks, and I'd like you to send it to me so that I can kind of to some degree sort it first before I share it with the Bureau staff. But I just would like to know what your thoughts are in terms of the current agenda, because they have responded to our requests. And the Bureau has been very, very responsive in looking at how we put these meetings together. We've had some suggestions over the last couple of meetings in terms of having all of our committees on one day and having the SEMAC, SEMSCO, and the med standards on another to try and make it easier for physician cohorts to come in. We've also looked at how do we adjust the timeframes on the committee day. But more importantly, I think it's some other suggestions that have come up. I believe it was Howard Hughes that was suggesting at the last meeting that we consider having an alternation between having full committee meetings at one meeting group and then just CMAC and SEMSCO at another meeting group. So we continue the, every 4 meetings a year cadence, but maybe don't necessarily have to have committee meetings at every time. Not saying that's good or a bad idea, but I'd like to get some feedback from our committee and then be able to present that to the Bureau and Director Greenberg to say, hey, this is what we'd like to do. So please send that to me and we can discuss that at executive and bring it back to the Director.
Would you like them to send that to you, or would you like us a very simple Drupal that you can send out to everybody so it all stays in one place? I'm only thinking your email box probably looks like mine.
Good point. If we do that, then we probably need to make sure that there's at least some free text fields for people to add suggestions. But yeah, that would be great. We could set something like that.
I got a thumbs up. Well, I got a thumbs up from Peter. We really need it from Jacob.
All right.
There we go.
All right.
I know who's going to end up having to do it. I mean,
thank you, Chiefs. So look forward to that, probably via Boardable, I would imagine. So look forward to that in a Drupal poll that we'll send out to everyone. But thank you. Appreciate that.
Do you want that general public as well, or just council members?
I'd like to start with just council members at first, because they're obviously the ones that have the most input. But then once we have a framework, we can start opening out up to public comment as well.
Sure.
Great. Thank you. All right. That's executive, and that was just to education and training. Dr. McAvoy's out of town, and Mr. Violanti has been kind enough to fill in. David?
Kind enough until finance met. I'll do my best to channel my inner Mike McAvoy with this. He started off with about 4 or 5 items, and I think we ended up with 25. But it was a good experience, so thank you for everybody who participated. Really, that's what a lot of this is about in these conversations. The PSC work group has met once and made some revisions to the PSC manual. Second draft is going to be developed over the next few weeks and refined with the hopes of having more of a final product for the December council meetings. Prior to sending out the new PSC to finance for budget impact, Training and Ed is going to be running several pilots to determine some actual time and personnel requirements to be a little bit more accurate. The paramedic work group to discuss accreditation and other issues has not been assembled yet. The chair is going to be standing that up shortly. There's no word yet from the commissioner on the North Country proposal to run a pilot of a combined EMT AEMT class. As of 8/18/22, the National Registry 2213 was rescinded. If you remember, that would have allowed both accredited and non-accredited but state-approved programs to sit for National Registry certification. Finance Committee has a cost survey analysis tool out for course sponsorships to get an accurate picture of what components comprise current costs and how they have changed over time. Only about 15 to 20% of course sponsors have completed the survey. Some have indicated that's because of difficulties in complexity and depth. And so the state's going to send it out again and also ensure that REMSCOs and program agencies receive it and make it available. It really is important to complete as it gives the state an accurate picture of overall cost and potential changes to reimbursement because of those costs. Committee had a lengthy discussion about the academy-style classes of EMTs. Over 500 new EMTs were brought into the profession in New York State, half of them from the military and half were civilian. We currently have about 70,000 certified providers in the state and only 35,000 actually providing care. Some of the challenges of the program included the rigorous schedule, especially for volunteers, but many agencies are using the program to hire providers and put them through the training while they're working. So the state's going to be working on running these moving forward, as Ryan had indicated. Reimbursement to course sponsorships has been an ongoing issue, and teaching courses has become a losing proposition. Some of the reasons are extensions of certifications, increasing program and instructional costs, and non-reimbursement for those students who drop out, fail the program, or fail the state exam. A potential solution to the last component of this is to reimburse the sponsorship when a student actually completes the program, but prior to the state exam. Other challenges the committee discussed were funding those students not yet affiliated with an agency at the beginning of the course. Gene Taylor related that the sponsorship could send in the affiliation paperwork by the end of the course. Many sponsorships attempt to guide students towards local agencies to also help get them in the delivery system, which also helps on the funding side. The department should also try to partner with workforce development in finding solutions to getting more providers trained and out onto the street. One of the deliverables of the Finance Committee is to budget recommendations, including those for training and education, as Steve Kroll had indicated in the Finance meeting. So when the committee is working to revise the language and the numbers and all that sort of thing, what they need to know from us are what kind of training initiatives need to be added to the programs. Suggestions from the director and the group included making sure all course costs, including instructor costs, are included, reimbursement costs, including dropouts and failures, textbook funding, leadership training, academy course training, relooking at the paramedic training and funding, fellowship programs at EMS agencies, certification in community paramedicine, and certification in critical care transportation. The EMT program is not really the class it was many years ago. A lot of us took it some time ago, and it's changed. Hours have been added. The breadth and depth and scope has been changed as well. And in the collegiate world, it's actually considered to be valued at about 11.5 contact hours. 12 hours is considered full-time for students. So we really need to change our ideas about this model. That's a full-time education for one semester. Gene Taylor is leaving us with the wisdom that we do need to change the way we are presenting and teaching for our programs to make it better for our students. We're stuck in the past and have not progressed to the digital age. We need more providers, and we need to make it easier for them to learn, become certified, and to practice. She's also leaving us with the possibility of all course sponsorships being able to run certified instructor updates in conjunction with regional faculty and not just specialty course sponsorships. We ran out of time for further discussion on this, and my apologies to Al for taking some of his legislative time. But course sponsors and program agencies would like to weigh in on some of these things before policies like this come out. The Bureau also indicated there were a number of other regulations to be coming out soon. Some of those discussions will be ongoing. The group discussed that we as EMS professionals need to present ourselves in a variety of identities, from tradespeople to professionals, and that we need to brand ourselves more like EMS professionals in a far better way, and as a group to be inclusive of both of those ideas. The Bureau is finishing up the approval of course sponsors for the year. So far, 1,137 have been approved, and there are 50 more to go. And more than 20,000 providers have taken classes around the state this year. Ryan talked about the executive orders in the health commerce system. Please take a look at those online. And as the Bureau honored Jean and thanked her for her years of service, we, the Training Education Committee, do so as well. Thank you so much, Jean. You'll be missed. Unless there are any other questions for this committee, that is the end of my report, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Violanti. Anything for training and education? All right, very well. I want to move on to finance, Mr. Kroll.
Thank you. Well, first, thanks to the Training and Education Committee. It worked out really well that we met on a bunch of topics. David was in the audience, and it ran right into the agenda. So as a result, David has given my report. So I have very little to say. He summarized the issues very carefully. Just a few things to add. The Finance Committee will be meeting by virtual means over the next few weeks to work on budget submissions for the 2023-2024 year. We have the obligation to provide recommendations to the Department of Health in the area of EMS program agencies and regional councils and training reimbursement. David talked about a lot of the ideas in training reimbursement. And the idea here, and I want to thank Director Greenberg, he has helped us develop ideas about not just going back and saying, you ought to give us more money for training, but saying, we would like more money for training because we would like to implement these kinds of changes, some of the things that David outlined and other ones. It runs back to the fact that David talked about we have lost a lot of certified EMS providers in New York State over the last 2 years. And that is one of the reasons why we have workforce shortages. We need to have a all hands on deck push forward to recruit, retain, and training and education a part of it. Anybody who wants to become an EMT and go on to become a paramedic, we need them to have as few barriers as possible to doing that if we're going to get out of this workforce bind. So we had a lot of discussion about, and Director Greenberg mentioned, the possibility of having more of the academy-style EMT classes. There was definitely a sentiment that 3 or 4 weeks is a little short to do it in, and we like the idea, but let's make them longer. There were some other suggestions for the department, for the Bureau about that, but the feeling that we trained 500 EMTs in New York State through like a bolus, well, if we could do that again and train 500 or 1,000, I think that this way a rising tide will raise all ships. I'm not thinking about whether that EMT that takes that class, whether they're going to be a volunteer or whether they're going to be working at a commercial agency or whether they're going to use it as a stepping stone to paramedic school or even go on to nursing school. I think about we've seen a degradation in thousands of EMTs and paramedics not in our field that we don't have the opportunity to recruit to be a paid or volunteer. We need to really push that forward. So that was really the biggest piece of our meeting, and I think David hit the rest of it. The course, there's definitely some suggestions given to Ryan about how to make the course reimbursement easier, and I think he came back with some ideas of what he can do in the short term. But in the longer term, the more we can do to connect people to low-cost training, and my personal view is we're in a public health crisis in EMS. We should be finding ways to get people trained without having to dig into their own pockets at all. And so maybe that's overly ambitious. There's not going to be tuition-free paramedic school for everybody. But that may be, we really need a public investment in this as a public, it's a public health emergency for us. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Anyone have anything for finance? All right. Moving on, EMS systems, Mr. Tevers.
Well, we had what is going to be an incredibly short meeting compared to next month's, where I might need the whole day, or December's. We're working with Deputy Director DeJura on the regulations for the physician fly car. It does appear that a lot of the things the docs were hoping for, we can modify regulatorily. There are some things that it appears we cannot, one of which at this moment sounds like the CON process, but we'll get some more clarification on that as we move forward. We did take a look at the review of the 2020 Part F document, but the legislative committee already handled that. We're going to be looking at the American College of Surgeons guidelines and trauma center destinations and create some guidance for that in the future. We're going to be working on offload times. Hopefully we can engage Haney's, as was mentioned earlier, and have some meaningful conversation. One of the things that's definitely identified is both EMS and the hospital systems kind of live in our own silos, and we don't understand the impact that it is on the other side of the street. And we're hoping that engaging that conversation, again with Haney's, will help solve some of that and see if we can come up with some solutions to move patients forward. It sounds like there's going to be a few or more CON appeals in December. So please be ready for that. There's at least 2. And it sounds like there's a couple more that are going to be getting out of DLA here in the next few weeks. But it is, sometimes the state's few weeks is a little bit longer than everybody else's. And with that, I will ask Chief Beninati to give his report on the sustainability tag.
Thank you. Congratulations on accepting the former Part F review. Simply said, it's an outstanding team effort. Really, these small changes are just remarkable, and it's so encouraging to see. Last week, I received the last of the 7 subcommittee group submissions. As such, the work on the document is behind schedule. However, I'm currently working to combine those 7 reports into a single document. Additionally, I'm reviewing the minutes of the meetings, email correspondence, and other reference documents that we've referred to over the last 6 months and include them into the white paper as well. The speed in which this work will occur is going to be accelerated now that I have all of that information, and the draft document then will be worked on by the EMS Sustainability Tag as a group. And certainly as I look around this room today, many of you have contributed to the valuable project, and I am most grateful for your contributions. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, and again, thank you for your leadership, your time, your dedication to this. You've put an extraordinary amount of time into this massive project that is going to be a humongous document by our standards at the end of it, and I cannot thank you enough for your work and time commitment to this.
Thank you.
And unless anybody has any questions, that is the end of my report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Devers. Thank you, Chief. Does anyone else have anything for either Mr. Devers or Chief Beninati? I add my thanks to the entire team and the EMS Sustainability Tag. As the Chief said, it's been an enormous undertaking. At one point, and I think I mentioned this in July as well, there's been as many as 45 people involved in this. It was a group to dwarf the size of our own council, and that speaks to the interest and the willingness of folks to become involved in this and the import of it as well. So thank you again. All right, moving on, the Safety Committee. I know Mr. Katie did not meet, but do you have anything to report on?
No, I do not have anything to report on.
Thank you, and once again, Mr. Katie, I want to thank you for your service and chairing that committee, and I appreciate all of your hard work there. Appreciate it very much. Quality metrics, back to Mr. Violante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Much thanks to our quality metrics team for all their work. Our draft manual is just about complete. It's an excellent reference tool, and it's pretty comprehensive. To that end, for anyone who's ever put together an erector set, Legos, or a dresser from IKEA, The committee is also working on a quick start guide to help agencies set up, begin, and go through quality improvement initiatives. We're working on getting this into the state by November, which will start all of the in-state processes for approval and such from there. There are three really challenging areas that face all of those attempting to look at EMS data. The first one is getting everyone on ePCR system. And so most everybody is there at this point. There are still a few holdouts. The second one is getting good data. This is just baffling, but it's true. There are 17 different vendors. That's not the baffling part. That report in a variety of ways, and they have different perspectives on the meaning and values, or they skirt the state requirements by autofilling fields. That's the baffling part. And so sometimes that data is just super great, and sometimes it is just super not. I have to, give the DI team at the state some kudos for really trying to work through those and trying to hold some of those PCR vendors accountable to following NEMSIS and state standards. So that's the second piece of this. The third is reporting that data out to everybody with good visualizations and really making it accessible to folks. So some of the solutions are in providing education on good documentation strategies, including some downstream reasons for such criteria. One thing that the group spoke about was documenting race for a clinical reason, not a political one. And that relates to understanding disease processes and who they strike, such as hypertension, stroke, diabetes, etc. So these are important things that we may understand at one level, but providers don't find it as intuitive, and sometimes we don't find it as intuitive either. And so some of that is good documentation strategies, including downstream reasons. Second one is sending out data dictionaries to agencies, program agencies, and regions prior to release so that they know what's coming and can prepare their agencies and themselves for what's to come. Third is standardizing the data collected according to NEMSIS. We're looking at views from what we need according to providers, clinicians, agencies, program agencies, regulations, etc. Some of the things that are required in the EPCR systems are straight NEMSIS. Other things are New York State specific. And the New York State specific ones speak to those folks just mentioned and to what we feel the needs are in New York State. And so having that broad view is super important. The last one in terms of solutions is really holding EPCR vendors accountable to the state parameters. If they can't do it, they shouldn't be doing it. That would make it far easier for everybody involved if we're speaking the same language on the same page. The Quality Measures Committee is also working on core measures to monitor, including the current state measures. SEMSCO currently has several vetted and studied measures that include those from the AHA, ACS for trauma, and others. And we're seeking to report on a selection of these in December. As we continue this process, we would like to know what measures others would like to see. So to that end, what would you all like? Don't shout it out right now, but think about that. These should have strong evidence, a good clinical base. They should be applicable to NEMSIS standards and something we can report on. But we want to hear from this group. We would love to hear also from STAC and EMSC to this end as well. Please reach out to anyone on our committee at the state. I don't know if it necessarily needs a Drupal, but that might be a good idea as well. And please send us that information, and hopefully it's something that we can include as some core measures to look at as quality for the provision of good clinical care. So thank you for your time. Unless there's any other questions, that is the end of my report, Mr. Chair.
Director Greenberg?
So thank you for the job security for Jacob in the Drupal world. I will also say, as we do bring up more and more Drupal things, we are working on updating the website probably in the next couple of weeks. Jacob actually did a phenomenal job at putting all of our Drupal surveys that are for submission of CME paperwork and all the different things we're using it for. So it will start to show up on the forms page. So it will show up on the forms page. It will tell you if you need to fill out a paper form and submit it via that Drupal, or if you just fill out the Drupal as well. So as we do start to see some of this transition and submissions and things like that, hopefully that will be there as a resource. We are also working on a resource document for our program agencies at their request so that they have kind of all that information in one, in addition to kind of all the different roles that the different sections of the Bureau are working on and who's responsible for different things. So your thought just made me think of that one. Just wanted to make people aware.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have anything for the Quality Metrics Committee, Mr. Violanti? Okay, EMS Innovations, Mr. Haig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. EMS Innovations met yesterday. Still collecting some data on ET3. Mr. Kroll made mention of the mobile integrated health paper that was discussed at Med Standards and SEMAC today, and the fact that we're going to move forward with that a little bit. One of our valued members of the committee, Kirk Crumperman, who's unfortunately not here today, spoke about a bill that's going to have to be reintroduced in the next legislative session, S-1590, on community paramedicine. We're going to see if we can get a assembly co-sponsor for that bill. Talked a little bit about some innovation in training and maybe implementing some virtual reality with that. My colleague, Mr. Kutzen, was out in the hallway yesterday demonstrating some of those products, and I think some people had some fun with that. So that's something we are going to work with training and education on. Made a couple connections yesterday with this committee working with ENA and possibly having a united voice on community paramedicine and mobile integrated healthcare. More to come on that. And due to the fact that the IT folks kicked us out to set up their hardware at 5:30, we had a very short meeting. So that's the end of my report, pending any questions. Awesome, thank you.
All right. No questions for EMS Innovations. I want to thank Councilperson Fornes for her help with that as well, for the ENA folks. Appreciate it very much. So any other business than the committee section? Anything I missed? I'd like to move on to our committee, Standing Technical Advisory Group on Diversity, Equity, Inclusion. Mr. Kutzen.
Thank you very much. So just an update for the committee. We have a survey that's being finalized at the moment with the Bureau. And once that's complete, we'll post it on Boardable for SEMSCO's review and comment. The survey is focused on a couple of different areas, primarily harassing and discriminatory behaviors and microaggressions. If the answer is no, it's a very short survey. If you answer yes, it becomes a lot more in depth because we're trying to really get into the details onto what's occurring. So Dr. Vabrich and I have met, and we would have a couple of requests. First is once the survey is approved and reviewed, we'd like the Bureau to be able to send it, we're thinking, to all certified individuals in the state. So that's where our mindset is on how to get this out to people to complete. We would also, we've been asking and have gotten one name, but we would like to ask that the SEMSCO or the Bureau send a letter to the REMSCOs asking them to nominate one individual to help serve on this technical advisory group so that there's representation from the REMSCOs related to the topics of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so that's where we're at the moment. There are some administrative issues that we need to think about, such as who's going to analyze the results. Is it the technical advisor group, the Bureau, an outside group? How do we ensure confidentiality of the results? So there's some administrative components that we're still working through, but I'm hopeful that the survey in its format will be completed in the next couple of weeks, and it is based upon an evidence-based survey compiled and produced by a group that has put out similar surveys for universities and other agencies. So it's not just something that Dr. Abrich and I met about and came up with, but researched and thought that it got to the questions and the data that we're most interested in.
That's excellent. Thank you very much. I'll reiterate your ask. We have, all 18 regions are represented here on the council, so I'll ask the reps to go back to your regions. This is something that, as we discussed when the tag was formed, the mission of this is not to necessarily impact the diversity and inclusion of this body now. It's to build that, and that has to start at the REMSCO level. So we have to get that buy-in from the REMSCOs because these folks that sit here, for the most part, are representative of their REMSCOs. So we need that REMSCO and buy-in, and we need that participation. So please bring that back to your groups. Start soliciting some folks who might be able to assist Jared and Dr. Rabrich with that, and we can continue to move this project along. Thank you for your hard work on this. Anything for diversity, equity, inclusion tag? Is there any other old business? Okay, not hearing any old business. New business, I believe Director Greenberg, you have something?
So I have two things, actually. One, I want to say that we are very excited that we just got word that we'll be able to fill 2 of our district chief positions in the Marrow region, so Long Island, New York City, Hudson Valley. Those postings will be going up sometime soon. And so if you know any good candidates, please encourage them to apply. It will be a provisional appointment right now because we're still waiting for the official civil service list to come out. No, I don't know when that test will be, but we are excited that we just filled a district chief position in Western. We're about to fill one in Central. We just filled one in the Capital Region, and now we'll have 2 being filled in the Marrow region. Deputy Chief Robinson is probably the happiest out of everybody involved, though I think everybody is. So again, that posting will probably go up in the next couple of weeks. It'll be open for a couple of weeks. Anybody is eligible to apply as long as they meet the requirements. Just understanding it is a provisional appointment. They would then take the civil service exam when it does come out. So excited about that. The last piece I wanted to talk about, and I don't know that it's that there's an answer to it, but when we talk about recruitment and retention into EMS, and we talk about a lot of different things, we talk about the pay, and we talk about the training, we talk about all these things. One of the things that I haven't heard us talk about too much, and we may need to shift a little bit, is also the attraction. And yes, the lights and sirens are, to some degree, the attraction that brings some people into it. But I think we also need to look at, what are the things that will attract others into the profession? And keeping in mind that reality is that my generation is different than the generation above me, that's different than the generation that's coming out now. When we look at this, and when we look at your agencies, when you look at your agency in particular, what attracts a person to come to your agency? And then compare that to the other jobs that are out there, not EMS related, other healthcare jobs, yesterday's meeting was, we lost 2 people to Walmart. That's pretty bad if we're losing people to Walmart. No disrespect to Walmart, but, I would hope that we'd be able to at least, be able to attract people instead of there. But it got me starting to think, and I get the pleasure of getting to visit a lot of different EMS stations, a lot of different areas of the state. And I will tell you, sometimes I walk into places and I was like, whoa, it's like Taj Mahal in here. And you walk in, you wouldn't even know it's an EMS station in one part of it. And then, there happens to be some ambulances on the other side, and there's snacks for the crews and nice big lazy boys. And then I walk into other stations where in some cases you can't even find where the staff office is as you walk through the maintenance garage and everything else, which is reality to who we are, right? We have vehicles, we need maintenance. But, what's the attraction to the person who comes and applies? It's that first impression. And what's the first impression that we're having people see? Interestingly enough, when I go into a lot of educational institutions, core sponsors across the state, it's pretty attractive. You come into a nice classroom, it's well lit. It has lots of stuff and equipment. And why isn't it the same sometimes when we look at our stations, when we look at these things? even if you're never there, right? I come in the morning and I get in my truck and I go somewhere else. I will also say, probably your truck. What do your trucks look like? How do we use small things to make a big difference? I know when I was chief, we used to look at things, we used to pay every month for satellite radio. Why? Because that's where they're sitting every day. If I'm going to pay for cable in a station, I'll pay for satellite radio in an ambulance. But what are we doing to attract that next generation? I will also say, yes, there's a financial component that we have to look at all this too, especially as we see salaries going up, especially as we know that it gets more expensive to run things every day. What we get paid currently today is probably going to cover the cost of our transport, but it won't cover the cost of our readiness. I think we've started to see that. We've always painted a picture of saying, well, our rates are too low. Our rates are too low. Okay, but are the rates too low, or the rates covering your transport and your readiness cost of reimbursement maybe isn't there, or needs to be supplemented or something else? But if we look around this room and you think of your stations, and if you didn't have the love, the joy, the passion that started probably like me 30 years ago, where I was never so excited to walk into the garage of a fire station and say, haha, I'm part of it, this is awesome, and to sweep a floor, then what's going to attract that next person? That next person that may only be with us for 3, 4, 5 years, which is okay. Look around at any job. That's not unique to EMS these days. People move every 3, 4, 5 years, maybe a different company, a different job. That's today's kind of way of life. And that's okay. We need to adapt to that as well. But if you think of where you work, if you think of where you're trying to attract people to, would your first thought be, yep, if I was brand new, this is where I want to be? And if it's not, what can you do to change that? Even if it's small things. Is it a fresh coat of paint? Is it something different? It doesn't matter. You're not going to make the leap and bound to the Taj Mahal tomorrow. But if we don't start to make the change, we're going to be living in the same place, and we're going to be in the same place, probably worse, in 5 years from now. So I'm happy to have a discussion about it, but this is more, we need to start thinking about this. And again, as I go around the state, I see all extremes. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
So I think the ask there then is to take a look around when you go back to your station house and see, with a new fresh pair of eyes perhaps, what little thing can I do to change to make things better?
I would say that that's a perfect ask. If everybody can go back and figure out one thing, even if you have the best station in the world or the worst, or the best organization in the world or an organization that has a ton of room for opportunity, if you can come back to either myself or to Mark in December and say, here's one thing I changed, here's one thing I improved, I did one little part. And it may have made a difference, it may not have, I'm not sure yet. But if everybody in this room, not just council members, everybody, can go back and make one little change, we've taken a huge step forward. And I would love to hear it. Drop me an email, a text, or pull me to the side when you're at the December meeting. That's what I'm asking for Christmas. One little change. The Chief wants.
So, Ryan, thank you for your comments. I think what's most interesting as you look around this room, I'm not sure that we're the ones to ask. So in a recent conversation, we decided that we were going to go home and ask our children what they would want if they were to walk into that station and what that generation wants. So I encourage you to not just look around this room for those answers, but to ask others what would motivate them to then want to become a part of that organization or the profession.
And if, Don Hudson, if I can, I'll hope to inspire everyone with a parting thought. If you walked into this room yesterday and were disoriented by the direction the tables were facing, all it took today was to move the same tables around and everyone's better. So it might just be something that small where you start. Just move a table and see what happens. and traffic's building.
All right, one more, Mr. Kroll.
So, Ryan, inspirational. Having Michael say it's beyond this room. We go back and talk about this in regions, but there's also an academic piece to this. We ought to be finding a way. I mean, I said it earlier. We need to train the next generation, 10,000 people in the next couple of years to add to our ranks, whatever that number is. There's some academic research to be done here, or some real research to be done. What Ryan is asking us to do is anecdotal. Let's all take a little bit for our piece. Maybe it's part of the work of the of Michael's tag on ES sustainability, and maybe it's a project that's further down the road on that, or it gets worked into it. But we ought to be contracting with somebody to interview to do some work for us, like the SUNY Center for Workforce Studies or some other body that can actually go in and talk to high school students. Do a study of what would motivate high school students to become public safety professionals. Carl's giving me the up and down. I bet FDNY is doing this because you've got to fill that pipeline for both firefighters and EMTs and paramedics. You have tens of thousands of spots to fill over the years. So maybe there's work we can do as a body or as a profession to try and identify that next generation, not just through our own efforts, but do some academic research. I mean, for those of us parents, it's like, how do I get to my kids, right? We're all experimenting in our own homes, but there are people out there that are also doing clinical research and how to motivate your kids.
There's a young woman here I think I recognize from somewhere that would like to address the council. Ms. Taylor, isn't it?
That would be correct. In my nearly 5 decades, as Ryan keeps saying, in EMS, I've seen a lot of people come and go over the years. Approximately, I would say it's got to be 20 years ago, Phil Malady from the Arams region did a survey on people who had left EMS in the previous 5 years. Sent out a survey and asked them basically, why did you get out? The overwhelming response was the backbiting and the infighting in volunteer organizations. I have seen that in multiple different organizations that I've been involved with, where, number one, we eat our young in EMS. We get some of these young people in, and we don't nurture them. We don't encourage them. And those of us who are older don't get out of their way and let them advance in the organizations. And they get frustrated. One of the populations that I personally think is underserved as far as EMS and our outreach to them are young women. Girls that are 17, 18, 19 years old. They don't really know where they're going. It's a perfect opportunity for single moms. Because of the work hours and the varied work hours, it's much easier. I had several single moms working for me when I was at Rural Metro. And I would specifically hire them because A, I was a single mom at one time. I know how difficult it can be. And because I knew when they were scheduled for a shift, they were going to show up. Why? Because they needed the money. They needed the job. And I think, somebody mentioned outreach to the high schools. Yes, we need to be doing more and more of that. Getting in there, opening up EMT classes, which we did a couple of years back. We dropped the age to 17. But not only just saying, okay, you guys can take this, easy class, because a lot of people think it's easy and that's why they take it and get credit for it. But also, included with that, maybe bring in some EMTs and paramedics who've been doing it for a while and let them talk to these kids and show them what it's really like. It's not like what you see on TV. We're not out there saving lives day after day. We're doing a lot of mundane things. We're, picking up people that fell and need to get back up again. And that can get frustrating too, but I think, we need to maybe bring in a group of people, young people from around the state, and ask them, have you ever been exposed to EMS? Have you ever needed EMS? What do you think about that as a career path? And let them know it's not a dead-end job. I started my career as a volunteer EMT. I was taking a critical care class. I was approached by a commercial service saying, hey, you want to work part-time? I went, okay. After a while, they said, hey, you want a full-time job? Wasn't my plan to be in a full-time position, but I went, okay, I can use the money, why not? I went to paramedic school because it was more money, it was job security. I went back to college, got my degree when I was, in my 40s. And all of that, I became an instructor because I was interested in it. So, it was a career path that I hadn't planned on, and certainly never planned on being here and retiring. But, that's how life evolves. And to get these people and look at your feeder organizations, which have traditionally been the volunteer services. A lot of people don't say, I want to go become a paramedic, right off the bat, and go to work for a commercial service, because they don't really know what that's about. Usually, the other thing that we don't have today that we had 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, was that progression in the family. My dad was in the fire department. Was never really in EMS. My brother got in the fire department. A lot of people I knew, I grew up around the firehouse. Wasn't my thing really to be a fireman, but I got into the EMS side of it, and then the fire department started doing EMS, so it was perfect set for me. And, I think that's what we're missing, and just getting out there in the community, meeting people. When new people move into your community, get to know them. Say, hey, here's the firehouse. Here's the ambulance agency. Try and get them interested. And I think that's where we're missing the boat here, is we as EMS providers are not actively recruiting new people into this field. Okay, that's enough for me. You won't have to hear from me ever again now.
I don't believe it.
Thank you, Gene. It's interesting, a lot of the things you were just saying are things that I think in smaller segments we've been working on, but to put together all of that in one package, I think would be incredibly helpful. That's a daunting task, but I think it's very appropriate. Mr. Gandolfo, I believe you had a comment?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carl Gandolfo. And I was nodding my head emphatically at Steve Kroll when he was talking about going into the high schools, because many of you know, many may not know, the FDNY does the youth in EMS program that was SEMSA, then it was WEMSA, and they ran it summer and winter only. Now it's run year round, and it's run through the FDNY High School, which is partnered with the Department of Education. But not only does it encourage them to go through fire classes and go up to the fire academy and train, but obviously they come up through the EMS academy and train, and we send instructors to their high school to, give them part of the EMT program there, and they come up to the academy for the other part of the program. But it has the presence of both the EMS and fire command in the high school. So, along with that part of recruitment and retention, we steadily begin to see the numbers go up of those members, or some of them when they graduate high school, coming onto our job at 18 years old, as already certified EMTs, and then going out on the street, and then themselves becoming mentors in this program. So the recruitment is there, the models are there, but I would take it one step further, not only just going into high schools and seeing and informing them and recruiting them, right? Because we have to basically let people know what we do for a living, and I think that discussion came up yesterday. We're talking about different ranks and our identity as EMS, but also going to the, when we ask them and we want to recruit them at the high school level, maybe also going into the college level, or following up with them in a few years and saying, are you still interested in this field? Is this something that you would consider after college, right? And letting them know the avenues that are out there. And, I'll edit my time for my downstate mafia friends that have to sit in traffic, but we Like, I could feel the heat coming from over those eyes you talk about from Gene Taylor are coming in the back of my head. They're going to burn through my soul. But we, as much as we focus on, standards and education here, we also need to focus on recruitment and the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gandolfo. And I'm looking at Mr. Hudson's face get redder and redder down there. So, Mr. Masterton.
I want to end on a positive note. We used to have an identity crisis. There was fire, police, and ambulance drivers. During COVID, it became fire, police, and EMS. So I think we have an identity now. I think it's time for us to promote it. My grandchildren actually, call little cars and trucks, ambulance, paramedics, police car, fire truck. That's a change from when my kids were little. There was no EMS. I couldn't buy a toy that said EMS. It was usually a Hess truck fire truck or a Hess truck police car or whatever. So we need to end on a positive note. COVID, we were first in line for vaccines. We were considered essential service. We have an identity. Now we just need to work on promoting it. That's all.
I couldn't agree more. I believe Ms. Hamilton.
We're done with this. I just have one. If we're done with this section of it, I just have one more piece of new business.
I just want to dovetail off what Mr. Masterton just said, and then we'll get right to you. And that is something that I said to a lot of turned heads, and I believe somebody said yesterday, to which unfortunately I think I was the only one that clapped to it, but I fully agree with it. And I said this last year at the EMS Memorial, as we talk about identity, someone mentioned yesterday that we should have an identity as one thing. I personally believe that we are all paramedics. And if you go across the river there to the north of us, they're all paramedics. There's paramedic 1, there's paramedic 2, paramedic 3. It's a profession that people recognize the name. We go in and we say EMT. What is that? What does it mean? I listen to my people going into calls and they say ambulance. No, that's the thing that's outside. Okay, that's the truck outside with the 4 wheels on it. I'm a medic. And then even within my organization, it's like, well, you're a medic, meaning you're a paramedic, and you're an EMT. Well, okay, let's pick one, right? Let's pick one, and let's take that maybe someday up to the commissioner or the legislature or somebody and say, okay, let's pick a name. Doctor's a doctor, a nurse is a nurse, paramedic's a paramedic. That's my last piece of it. Thank you for listening. Unless you're from Germany and then you're, never mind. Ms. Hamilton.
Mine is very simple. I'd like to nominate Jason Haig for the vice chair position.
Second.
All right.
Call Gandolfo.
Nomination and second for Jason Haig for first vice chair. Thank you. So that leaves one spot open, and anyone other else that wants to apply. All right. Any other
I'm going to
new
fire back and nominate Terry Hamilton for second vice chair of the council.
All right. I have a nomination for Terry Hamilton for second vice chair. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mark Devers. Very good. That's a good slate, but we still have nominations open, so that continues. Anything else for new business?
So I'll just leave you, again, my Christmas list. When we come back in December, is there one thing that you changed at your agency, no matter how small, no matter how big? I would love to hear what it was to try and make it more attractive for the next generation or for us to fill the voids of staffing.
Thank you. Any other new business?
Jason Haig, I make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second.
That was quick.
All right. I have a motion to adjourn in a second. Any objections? I will see you all in December 6th and 7th, folks, right here at the Hilton Garden Inn in Troy. Thank you. Have a good night.
And hopefully we'll see some members at Vital Signs in October.